The Strongest Sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926. Delu, the man who broke the laws of the Eternal Sect. Jun Changxiao had many questions to ask this soul clan. For example, how could he still be alive after the War of the Gods, and how could he live in Delu's body? Although I was severely injured by the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor, my soul was not annihilated. I always hibernated in the Starfall continent, looking for a suitable body to occupy. I met Delu, who was on the verge of death by chance, and sensed that he had a strong resentment, so I successfully mixed into his body. Hun explained tremblingly. So obedient? That's right. Araya next to him held the soul suppressing whip in her left hand and the soul suppressing candle in her right hand. It can be seen that after only a short period of training, this guy who claimed to be the master has completely obeyed his heart. Jun Changxiao said, "Are all soul clans invisible and incorporeal? We soul clans have a natural magical power called the transformation of soul into emptiness, which can release the soul form and then live in other creatures." Hun said. Seeing this guy cooperate so well, Araya took away the tools of the crime, and a harmless smile appeared on her face. Hun heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still more sad in his heart. After all, he was the master of 3 souls, but he ended up in such a miserable end. If the power of thunder punishment knew what he was thinking, they would definitely look down on him. Is a creature from the mortal plane so awesome? We come from the upper world, and we are still whipped and miserable. Have you ever boasted? Have you ever been proud? That is to say, you have a physical body, but you only turned your soul into a virtual body to invade the Starfall continent? Jun Chang smiled. Yes. Hun said timidly. Jun Chang smiled and said, do you have martial arts resources and martial arts secrets in your soul clan plane? Or minerals, crystal cores, medicinal materials, etc.? This question is very critical. No. Hun said, the plane we live in is on the verge of desolation, so we keep devouring other planes to strengthen ourselves. Damn. Jun Chang smiled and said secretly, Emperor Zen, you lied to me. Insisting on him to save the world is that he can enter the Soul Clan continent to rob and then strengthen his own sect, but there is nothing. What's the point of going in? Forget it. It doesn't matter if we don't save the falling star continent. Of course. Hun said proudly, although the Soul continent is poor, our Soul Clan is good at plundering, and there are countless martial arts resources. In a barren plane, relying on the innate magical powers to plunder crazily, so that you can survive and become stronger, this is definitely a matter of pride. Really? Jun Changxiao's eyes became hot. As a member of the falling star continent, how can you stay out of trouble? You must fight for your homeland, and go to the plane called the Soul continent to make trouble. Seeing the gleam in that guy's eyes, Hun shuddered and said secretly, I have a bad feeling. Soul continent creatures, MMP, you let us die. Araya. Knowing everything he wanted to know, Jun Changxiao ordered, this guy's in your hands. Cleanse all the impurities from him, as soon as possible. No problem. Araya summoned the soul calming whip again, and said with a sinister smile, little cutie, I will teach you well. Hun was so frightened that his mind was trembling, so he hurriedly roared, Jun Changxiao, you said you would let me go. You can't go back on your word. I said so. Jun Changxiao said, but not now. You. Snap. 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 Jun Changxiao left, leaving behind a little girl whipping the tied up figure with a whip. The camera switched back and forth, up and down, left and right, which was very vivid. In the cell, Delu sat on the plank bed with an expressionless face, and was unmoved even when a beam of sunlight shone on his face from the iron window. Hun suffered from Araya's crazy training in the Shinyuan Soul Calming Tower, and now he seemed to have lost his soul. Relying on the power of devouring, Delu broke through to the level of Martial Emperor, but now that he has lost the former's assistance, the future is simply dark for him. What's the value of me living in this world? He murmured, feeling extremely depressed. Xiao Dao sat next to him and comforted him. If you are sad, try to look up at the sky. You will forget it as you look at it. It is so big that it can accommodate all your grievances. Daelu has no strength at all now, otherwise he would definitely hit this guy's head against the wall crazily to make him give him less chicken soup without nutrition. Crack. Suddenly, the cell door opened. Yahui and Ahui walked in from outside and then placed plates of delicious dishes on the table. The aroma of the dishes immediately filled the entire cell. Xiao Dao sniffed lightly, and saliva immediately flowed out. The depressed Daelu was unmoved. His life was already gloomy, and he had no interest in anything. Jun Changxiao walked in, sat at the table and said, "Have you considered it?" Daelu lowered his head and said, "I will not join the Wangu sect, nor will I become your disciple." He clenched his fists and added a deadline, "Forever." Very courageous. At this moment, the green turban brother is a real man. My Wangu sect has always convinced people with virtue and never force others to do anything. After this meal, you can leave at any time. Jun Changxiao said. Master Jun. Xiao Dao raised his hand and said, "I'm willing to join the Wangu sect, and I'm willing to serve you." As he spoke, he was already sitting at the table. "Get out." Swish. Xiao Dao retreated instantly, then curled up in the corner, feeling aggrieved. Why are the new prisoners treated better than me? After this meal, can I leave? Yes. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I will also give you a pill to recover from your injuries. From now on, you can jump as far as you want and fly as high as you want." Daelu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Looking at the steaming food on the table, he tried to move his body and walked over. Swish. He sat down. Liu Wan she cooked a lot of dishes, many of which were cooked in cooking competitions and god of cookery competitions, so it was a great honor for someone to eat them. Daelu hesitated for a long time, but still picked up the chopsticks. But when he was about to start eating, he raised his head with difficulty and said seriously, "Give him some garlic." Xiao Dao. "Give it to him." Yes. He handed over a few cloves of garlic. Daelu then picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The more he ate, the more tears he couldn't stop. It wasn't that the food was too delicious, but that he had to compromise in front of his enemies in order to survive. How painful it was. Gulp. Seeing the guy wolfing down the food, Xiao Dao, who was squatting behind him, drooled and said to himself, "Brother, leave me a bite, don't eat it all." Pa. After a while, Daelu had eaten all the food on the table. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Can I leave now?" Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. Liu Wan's dishes were all her specialties. Wasn't this guy shocked? Could it be this kid couldn't be tempted by food? As of now, Daelu was indeed not shocked by the food. All he wanted was to have a full stomach. Could he leave now? People with backbone will always be firm in their thoughts. People like Zilin Demon King and Zen Legend, who bowed for a bowl of fried rice, could only spit. Boy. Jun Changxiao said, "When we went to Qingyang City, if you agreed to recruit, you would have been the second disciple long ago. Now you refuse again. Don't regret it in the future." I, Daelu, have never regretted anything I have done in my life. Daelu said seriously. "Okay." Jun Changxiao threw a healing pill over, then pointed at the prison door and said, "Take it, and you can leave now." Looking at the black pill, Daelu wondered if it was poisonous. However, if he wanted to kill himself, it didn't seem necessary to go through so much trouble. Swish. Daelu picked up the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After the drug took effect, the damaged meridians were instantly repaired, and the whole person became energetic. He was stunned. Since he obtained the power of devouring, he had been injured during his training and recovered quickly, but he had never seen such a serious injury healed in seconds. Did he take a magic medicine? Jun Changxiao said, "You can leave." Swish. Daelu, whose injuries had recovered, stood up and walked towards the cell. He took a deep breath until he saw the light again after going out. Jun Changxiao. He turned his back to the cell and said, "Our hatred will not be eliminated because of this. Sooner or later, I, Daelu, will seek justice for the destroyed Lincoln sect. You have no chance." Jun Changxiao paused and added a deadline. "Forever. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever." Daelu said, "Farewell." Swoosh. On this day, Daelu, who was captured by the Wangu sect, flew out and set a precedent for escaping unscathed. In his words, "Never regret anything in your life." Sect Master Jiangzi asked in confusion, Are you just going to let him go like this? Everyone has their own aspirations, and they cannot be forced. Jun Changxiao looks sanctimonious, but he was roaring in his heart. Delicious food can't tempt him, and healing pills can't work either. Is this guy a devil? This guy initially thought of tempting Delu with delicious food to make him willing to stay, but it obviously didn't work. So he took out the healing pills and let him see the magic and decide to stay, but he didn't follow the script. The system complained. Finally someone broke the eternal sect's true fragrance law. Delason left. He was not convinced by the delicious food, nor by the healing pills. He was a real man. Although it didn't go according to the script, Jun Changxiao didn't care much. After all, the soul clan in that kid's body had been absorbed, and the potential risk was eliminated. But, after all, he was a young martial emperor, and it was a pity to let him go like this. Why don't you send Yi Xingchen over and catch that guy back? He clearly said that he would let him go, and then he went back on his word and caught him back, which was equivalent to confirming his shamelessness. Confusing. The system said, does the host need to prove his shamelessness? Isn't this already obvious? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, that makes sense. Xingchen. I'll pay RNIU. Go and catch the guy who just flew away. If he resists, then beat him up first. Swoosh. Yi Xingchen turned into a stream of light and flew westward at a high speed. System. Sorry, blame me. Let's talk about Delu. This man who broke the law of the eternal ancient sect. After confirming that he really came out, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Jun Changxiao. Delu clenched his fists and shouted angrily, don't think that, if you let me go, I will be grateful to you. Sooner or later, I will avenge the destruction of the Linquan sect. The voice rippled in the sky. How heartbreaking. Swish. At this moment, Yi Xingchen chased after him, then stopped not far from him and said lightly, trash. Yi Xingchen. Seeing this man who made him dream and lose his appetite, Delu's eyes suddenly erupted with strong anger. The humiliation brought to him by Jun Changxiao was nothing more than being stepped on at the beginning, and the damage to his dignity brought by Payanio was unforgettable again and again. In an instant, Delu's first-grade martial emperor's cultivation broke out in full force. Although he was no longer blessed by the devouring power, he seemed very imposing. Yi Xingchen was surprised and said, he actually broke through the martial emperor. Die. Delu rushed over angrily. The raging anger spread all over his body, making him seem like a lion in a state of rage, and then Yi Xingchen dodged and blasted him down with a back-looking dagger. Bang, the ground cracked and dust flew. Yi Xingchen slowly descended, hanging 2 feet away from Delu who was trapped in the pit, and said coldly, even if you have broken through to the martial emperor, you will always be nothing but trash in front of me. You. Puff. Delu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his hands tightly grasped the soil. During this period, he had been cultivating in southeast Shizhou by absorbing flowers, plants, and trees. He thought that, after breaking through to the martial emperor, he could trample this guy under his feet, but he was still completely defeated, and even more simply defeated than the last time in Nanhuangzhou. I have obviously tried very hard. Why can't I always beat him, and always get abused? Is this my fate? Recalling the past, recalling the scenes of being bullied by Yi Xingchen on various occasions, Delu burst into tears and cried like a child. He also has the fate of a protagonist. In the novel, he practices the hardest and can best interpret the spirit of martial arts, but he can't beat the Emperor Reborn flow every time. It's really sad and really wronged. Puff. Delu was thrown down on the martial arts field. Jun Changxiao came over and said with a smile on his face, we meet again. Delu roared angrily, you said you would let me go, why did you send him to catch me? Jun Changxiao said, I did let you go, but you didn't control yourself, and were caught by my disciples again. Who can you blame? Delu collapsed on the ground, put on a big face, and said resolutely, kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. He saw that this guy had no intention of preventing him from leaving, so he had to give up. At most, he would be a brave man again in 18 years. Boy, I will give you 2 choices. Either join my Wangdu sect as a disciple, or be locked up in the dungeon with Dao Dao. Jun Changxiao said. Delu said firmly, I will not join the enemy sect, never. Crunch. Plop. Crunch. Zao Dao Dao. who was licking the empty plate, saw Delu being thrown in again, and collapsed and said, "Brother, you eat too cleanly, not even leaving me a drop of oil. When you figure it out, the Eternal Sect welcomes you at any time." Jun Changxiao's voice came from outside. Xiao Dao Dao shouted, "Master Jun, I have figured it out. I'm willing to join the Eternal Sect and work like a slave." Jun Changxiao ignored him and returned to Langshao Peak. On the way, the system said, "This Delu is very stubborn. It may be difficult to make him surrender. The host should either kill him or let him go. Why keep him locked up? The Soul Clan is living in this child. There must be something different. He can't be killed. The only way is to lock him up and find a chance to tame him." Jun Changxiao said. After returning to the study, he took a look at the egg that had been incubated for 5 days and said to himself, "I'm a little worried now. Is there any Soul Clan living in the bodies of warriors in Xinjiang continent?" Sect Master Li Luoqiu came over and said, "I just got the information that 4 6th-rate sects and 1 5th-rate sect in Donghao's were all destroyed overnight. Who did it?" Jun Changxiao said, "It is very rare for several sects or even sects to be destroyed at the same time, so it naturally aroused his concern." Li Luoqiu said, "There happened to be a sect spy near the accident site, and a group of masked men in black were found in the mountains and forests." Masked men in black? Jun Changxiao suddenly remembered that the mysterious organization that had repeatedly come to the sect to cause trouble might be the Dark Sect. Since going to Fenghua Valley, this mysterious organization has not appeared again. Could it be that they have really thought it through and don't plan to be enemies with me? There is also news from Xiaomu that the Taixu Unholy Sect has already fought with the remnants of the Demon Sect in Nuteo Lake. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao didn't care about this matter, but asked, "Can we use all the intelligence networks to find the mysterious organization hidden in the dark?" Li Luoqiu said, "It's a bit difficult. Those masked men in black are too secretive. The intelligence network that has been expanded so far has only encountered them once by accident." Sect Master. At this moment, Jiangzi walked into the study and said, "I want to take a few days off to go out." Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. This elder inherited the body of the primordial spirit, and he can easily spy on the advanced formations in the plain battlefield. It should be no problem for him to investigate the masked men in black, and he is quite capable, much more professional and safer than the spies in the branch. Elder Jiang, are you going out to find your relatives? Yes. Okay. Jun Changxiao said. However, when looking for your relatives, keep an eye on the group of masked men in black. It would be best if you can find their base. Yes. Jiangzi accepted the arrangement of the sect master. Now, he has gained enough understanding of the soul body and has long planned to go out to look for his sister. Xinjiang continent is so big, and there are 9 major states, so it is bound to take time. It is not bad to investigate the Dark Sect at the same time. The next day, Jiangzi was ready. When he was about to leave, Li Qingyang came to his residence and said, "Elder Jiang, can you help me find someone by the way?" "Who?" Li Qingyang handed over a piece of paper and said, "It has her name and the place where she used to live." So thorough. Jiangzi glanced at the name written on it and said, "Are you looking for a woman?" "Yes." "Leave it to me." "That," Li Qingyang said, "just find where she lives now." Jiangzi nodded, and then flew out of the Eternal Ancient Sect. Li Qingyang did not retract his gaze until the other party disappeared. Then he turned around and saw a big face appear in his field of vision. He was so shocked that he hurriedly stepped back a few steps and said, "Master, why are you here?" Jun Changxiao put his hands in his sleeves and said, "If you miss her, just go find her. It's boring to hesitate." Li Qingyang said bitterly, "She deliberately avoided me. If I go to find her, she will only avoid me further." "Oh." Jun Changxiao said, "I really don't understand the love and affection of you young people. P.S. 5100 plus big chapters, 2 in 1. Chapter 927 Hatching Successfully. Li Qingyang had a lover, which he mentioned when he became a disciple of the Tegu sect. After a few years, he did not look for her because she thought that her status was not worthy of the first genius of Qingyang City, so she deliberately avoided her. This is probably the farthest distance in the world. Not looking for her does not mean that he has forgotten her. Li Qingyang just hopes to appear in front of her after he has absolute strength to tell this world that only I am worthy of you, not you. Although after becoming a disciple of the Wangdu sect, he gradually became the general manager, and even a little bit of a deviation in his passion for civil engineering, his heart to become a strong man has never wavered. Work hard. Jun Changxiao patted his disciple on the shoulder and said, until one day, step on the 7-color cloud, and marry her back under the attention of everyone. 7-color cloud? Li Qingyang looked confused. Jun Changxiao did not explain, returned to Langshao Peak, and entered the Shinyuan Soul Calming Tower again. Pa pa pa. The sound of whipping came regularly. The soul tied by the rope let out a heart-wrenching scream. This kind of whipping from the soul is so painful, and the unclean things in its body are also purified little by little. It is hard to imagine that one of the 9 soul clans that disrupted the ancient times thousands of years ago would be treated so inhumanely. Master, Araya said while whipping, there are a lot of unclean things in this guy's body. I'm afraid it will take several months to purify it. Take your time, there's no rush. Since the real owner has been caught, Jun Changxiao doesn't care about the purification time. The soul completely collapsed. This kind of torture from the soul, if it continues for several months, it will definitely be worse than death. Don't forget to train those thunder attributes. Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang has a body of thunder punishment. Since the thunder energy comes from the upper realm, it must be strong. If he is allowed to absorb it, there will definitely be a qualitative improvement. Okay. Araya looked over, hooked her finger, and said in a queenly manner, come here. The humanoid thunder punishment attribute came over trembling, and then stood in a row, sadly accepting the crazy whipping of the soul suppressing whip. Although it felt painful, it was a bit happy after a long time. After observing the soul being trained, Jun Changxiao returned to the outside world, and then continued to enter the spirit gathering array to practice as usual, and then waited for the hatching date to arrive. After adjusting his mentality, Li Qingyang took Xiao Zuji, Long Xiang and others into the base for construction. Because there was no page to act as an excavator, the efficiency was not particularly fast. Jun Changxiao did not personally supervise the construction, so he began a 3.1 line life of eating, sleeping, and practicing. Time passed until he walked out of the spirit gathering array and determined that his understanding of the 5 element had improved again. He came to the study. The time for the hatching machine to hatch successfully had entered the last 10 minutes of the countdown. After filling so many crystal cores, a powerful contracted beast must appear. Jun Changxiao put his hands together and prayed. Ding. 10 minutes later, the incubation time ended. Hoo-hoo. The cloud-like properties existing inside the incubator gradually converged, and the white egg suddenly emerged with a series of water blue patterns, as if it were some kind of ancient restriction. Jun Changxiao said, it is the same as the formation structure of the 32 formations of Kimen. Previously, a similar restriction appeared on the circular stone platform of the plain battlefield. Is there any inevitable connection between the two? Crack. Suddenly, the sound of breaking the shell was heard. The eggs in the incubator began to crack according to the water blue patterns. When the cracks became more and more, beams of blue light sprayed out. It's coming out. Jun Changxiao stared with big eyes. Bang. Suddenly, the steamed egg exploded, and the blue light was as dazzling as the sun, which made him hurriedly use his wrist to block his vision. He was shocked, and said in his heart, this battle must be awesome. After flickering for a while, the light began to weaken. Jiang Gaosheng pressed down his arm and looked at the incubator. His expression was instantly stiff. A little guy with a physique similar to that of an adult's fist appeared in his field of vision. It had 2 chicken-like claws, a pair of chicken-like wings, and a chicken-like tail feathers, a pointed beak, and a big red crown on its head. That's right. It's either chicken-like, or a chicken, or a rooster. If you have to say the difference, it is that except for the red comb, the chicken feathers all over the body are aqua blue, and it looks like a ghost in the form of a chicken. Is this the opportunity left by Master Guanhei? Is this the strange beast from the upper world? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. The system said, the color is very strange. It may be related to mutation. Brother. Jun Changxiao roared with a collapsed expression. Is this a color problem? This is a breed problem. I spent so many resources in 30 days, and I actually hatched a chicken. Don't panic. The system said, maybe they just look alike, but actually. Oh, at this moment, the pocket-sized little guy raised his head and cried, and the tone and sound were obviously the crowing of a rooster. System. Jun Changxiao held his head and said, it's really a rooster. At this moment, the aqua blue little rooster stood in a posture that didn't recognize any relatives, spread his wings, and hugged them together, and said proudly, do you dislike me? Fuck. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. He was used to animals speaking human language, but a rooster actually used its wings to make a hand-holding gesture, which was too childish and cartoon-like. And I call myself. This guy is a little bit arrogant. Jun Changxiao opened the incubator, grabbed it directly in his palm, and said coldly, remember, call me master. Humph. The little rooster said coldly, you are lucky to be my master. Oh my god. This little guy is not a little arrogant, he is super arrogant. A rooster is so arrogant. Do you believe I will fry you now? Jun Changxiao said fiercely. How dare you? The rooster said angrily, I'm a descendant of the vermilion bird. You are insulting my bloodline and trampling on my dignity by describing me as a rooster. Jun Changxiao, you are insulting yourself by looking like this. Wait. Descendant of the vermilion bird? In Jun Changxiao's understanding, the vermilion bird among the four spirits seems to be called the vermilion bird. Could it be that this little guy is a descendant of the divine beast? That's not right. Even if it is really a descendant, it can't be a genetic mutation to grow into a chicken. Jun Changxiao said, little guy, you are very good at gilding yourself. Why don't you say that the azure dragon, white tiger and black tortoise are your uncles? The little rooster said in surprise, how do you know? Oh my. This guy's not only a little bit super cool, but also quite good at bragging. All the four spirits have become his relatives. Swish. Jun Changxiao grabbed it and came to the cafeteria, put it on the chopping board, and shouted, Doo-doo, quickly check if there is a recipe for stir-fried young rooster in the Chinese cookbook. Chapter 928 The Rooster Crows. It would be fine if the little rooster hatched from the egg from the upper world, but the key is that it is so arrogant and boastful, which makes Jun Gaosheng unbearable. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. If the contracted beast is so arrogant, how can I, the protagonist and master, survive in the future? Wow. So cute. Liu Wanshi, who was busy, came out and saw the little guy with aqua blue feathers. She walked forward happily and wanted to pick it up and hold it high. Woman. The little rooster said arrogantly, don't touch me. Liu Wanshi stopped and said, Master, such a cute little rooster, do you really want to stir fry it? Look, it's almost up to the sky, it must be stir fried. But, it's too small, it won't be enough for the master to eat alone. What she meant was that it's not impossible to stir fry it, but at least it has to be large enough so that all the disciples can have a taste. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, raise it for a while, and then stir fry it after it's fattened up. Humph. The little rooster said proudly, I'm the descendant of a divine beast that is invulnerable to water and fire. Jun Changxiao, who had just retracted his thoughts, saw its arrogant and provocative eyes, and his temper suddenly rose again. Doo-doo. Bring the oil pan, I want to see how it is invulnerable to water and fire. Isn't this bad? Liu Wanshi said, but her body was very honest, and put the big pot on the stove, and then who poured in the peanut oil that was still lacking the exclusive name. TSK. The little rooster held its two pairs of wings together, standing in a posture that didn't recognize any relatives. Girl, light the fire. Wait a minute. Jun Changxiao changed his words and said, I'd better do it myself. Whoosh. In an instant, all kinds of divine and holy flames poured into the stove, burning the big pot crazily. The little rooster was a little surprised and said, this should be a special fire type physique. No wonder it is qualified to be my master. Jun Changxiao was even more angry when he heard this. Whether you can become your master depends on whether you are qualified. Okay. Wait. Gurgle. After a while, the oil in the pot began to boil. Swish. Jun Changxiao grabbed the little rooster and hung it over the oil pan, saying, "Fried chicken is actually not bad. What flavor do you like, Lord? Cumin flavor?" "Yes." Liu Wan, she put the cumin powder on the chopping board. "And some chili powder?" "Yes." Two devils. The little rooster, who was originally quite arrogant, felt the heat rising from the oil pan below and suddenly felt a little weak. He said, "I'm not invulnerable to water and fire, but not to the sea of oil. Stop talking nonsense. Get down from here." Swish. Jun Changxiao threw the little rooster down directly. Sizzle. The sound of frying came out immediately. Oh, the little rooster that fell into the oil pan seemed to have burned calories, and it danced and jumped in it. "Oh my god." Liu Wan, she said with wide eyes, "It's fine." Jun Changxiao was also surprised. He used the holy flame to heat the oil in the pan, so the oil in the pan must be boiling hot. Not to mention a newly hatched little rooster. Even if the Purple Ridge Demon King's hand was put in it, it would be fried crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This guy is quite capable. Oh. The little rooster trapped in the oil pan was still jumping and crowing like a bird, saying, "Master, I was wrong. Master, save me." Swish. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and removed the spiritual energy that was pressing on the pan. He really didn't intend to fry the newly hatched contracted beast. He mainly wanted to try whether this guy was bragging or not. Now dancing in the oil pan was enough to prove that he had some skills. Puchy. Without being suppressed, the little rooster jumped out of the pot and stood on the chopping board. Both of its paws were swollen and almost cooked. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "Tell me, what else can you do?" Since it was an opportunity left by Master Guan He, and it had mutated with his own efforts, even if it was just a little rooster, there should be some difference. Otherwise, then it really can only be stir-fried. "Master," the little guy wailed, "I'm really a descendant of the vermilion bird. A chicken can be related to the vermilion bird. Do you think I'm a fool?" Jun Changxiao said with a smile. "Ah." The little rooster sighed and said, "I don't know why I look like this. It is completely different from the inherited memory." Inherited memory? Jun Changxiao was at a loss. The system said, some exotic beasts will obtain inherited memories after they are born. It means that your original body is not a rooster? Jun Changxiao said with a smile. "Yes." The little rooster collapsed and said, "It should be a peacock-like form." "Oh, really?" Jun Changxiao looked at him suspiciously. The system said, "Host, I think there may be something wrong with the incubator. If the mutation is successful, it may change its form." "There is such an operation?" Jun Changxiao was stunned. The system said, "The Purple Demon King once said that the little dragon was stolen from the Dragon Clan's territory, and it was an extremely rare 5-clawed dragon. As a result, it hatched into a lizard-like form." Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "You mean, if it is hatched normally, it may hatch a 5-clawed dragon, but it mutated in the incubator and changed its form?" "Yes." The system said, "It can come to this conclusion because of the secondary hatching. The opportunity left by the great power in the upper realm turned out to be a little rooster. This is absolutely unscientific and absolutely embarrassing. Combined with the hatching process of the little dragon, we have to guess that the incubator not only has a mutation mechanism, but also a deformation mechanism. If this is true, it's a bit of a scam." Jun Changxiao didn't dwell on the form, but said, "Whether you are a rooster or a descendant of the vermilion bird, you must prove your worth with strength, otherwise." He pointed to the oil pan and said, "Get in there yourself." "I have strength, I have strength." The little rooster said, "I can crow at regular times every day to wake up sleeping humans and get them up to work." Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, "With your strength, even the most ordinary rooster can do it. Ordinary roosters can't do it. If you don't believe it, please listen carefully." The little rooster supported himself on one leg, then took a breath of ki in his danshan, raised his head and called, "Oh buzz. Buzz." The space vibrated, turning into ripples that spread outward, instantly covering the entire Wanguzhang, shocking the disciples who were practicing. "What's that sound? A rooster crowing? My god, it's too loud, right? I feel like this shout can be heard in Qingyang City, right?" "Yes." The residents of Qingyang City, who were hundreds of miles away, heard the rooster crowing, so they all looked towards the direction of Tegu Mountain with surprise in their eyes. Swish. After being busy for most of the day, the wild boar Pepper, who just had time to rest, stood up after hearing the crowing, and then ran to the wasteland, releasing the earth attribute to open up the wasteland. The most amazing thing is that it was originally very tired, but now it doesn't feel tired at all. The disciples of the Wangu sect are also like this. Some disciples who are trying to reach a small level or a big realm have difficulty in calming down their minds. After hearing the crowing, their minds are suddenly clear and they quickly enter the breakthrough state. Jun Changxiao also noticed from the sound that it has the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so he was surprised. So magical? Master, the little rooster said proudly. Can an ordinary rooster do this? Interesting. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and smiled. You can let it crow every morning to wake up the disciples and then practice all day with full energy. Chapter 929, The Great Demon King Who Fears All Plain Warriors. The disciples of the Wangu sect are very self-disciplined. They get up on time every morning, have morning exercises, eat, and then start a day of practice. There is no need for the rooster to crow. However, the voice of the hatched little guy contains the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so it is actually quite good to crow every day. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The next day, just after dawn, the little rooster was already on duty, standing alone in the hall, looking up and crowing. The sound rippled in the space and instantly spread to the entire sect. The disciples who were originally sleeping soundly got up and washed after hearing the crowing, and then gathered in the martial arts field, each of them full of energy. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front of the hall, saw that they were full of energy and a smile appeared on his face. Although there are many martial arts facilities in the sect, they can help disciples break through faster, but only by devoting all their energy to practice can they become stronger. Ah. Master, save me. At this moment, a cry for help came from the hall. Where did this pheasant come from? How dare it disturb my sleep? The little fairy in a white robe and pajamas, barefoot, grabbed the rooster and rubbed it against the bricks and tiles, and the feathers flew everywhere. Get out of here. Xiao Lang Lang jumped up and said coldly, let me teach him a lesson. TSK. The little fairy rolled her eyes at him, then threw the little rooster away, then took a deep breath and said, the master said that we should be reserved and be ladies. Swish. Xiao Lang Lang waved his hand to grab the guy who disturbed his sleep, and his palm suddenly erupted with flames. After the sun rose, the little rooster curled up in the corner, wiping tears with his charred wings, wailing in his heart, I'm a descendant of the vermilion bird after all, but I was tortured and bullied. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind came. The crying little rooster suddenly felt something was wrong, and hurriedly spread his wings and jumped up, but just half a meter high. He was hit by the happy football in an instant, and then sank into the wall with a bang. Strange. Li Fei in the martial arts arena wondered, why did it jump up? Old Wendy. Jun Changxiao stood outside the hall and said, this little guy will temporarily live in the medicine garden with Pepper. Yes. So, the medicine garden has one more member. Wild boar Pepper is responsible for land reclamation, and the little rooster is responsible for crowing. It is a very good combination. By the way, how is the construction of the new medicine field going? Jun Changxiao asked. Old Wendy said, thanks to Pepper's hard work every day to open up the land, it has been initially completed, and the scale is larger than before. More medicinal herbs can be planted in batches. Medicinal herbs are very important to our sect. Old Wendy should worry more. Jun Changxiao urged. Although he has a system and has arranged many martial arts facilities, there are more and more disciples. If he wants them to improve steadily, the medicinal herbs for refining various elixirs are the top priority. Old Wendy said, in the past few years, Sun Bukong and others have also grown up, and the planting will only get faster and faster. Yes. Jun Changxiao chatted with him for a while, and then used the portal to enter the plain battlefield. During this period, Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuji and others have been building in the stronghold of about dozens of acres, and now it has taken shape. Whether it is a village or a town, the most important thing is the road. Therefore, there is a road in the central area that can accommodate 4 carriages in parallel, and it is paved with bluestone slabs. Due to the area limitation, there are very few houses and buildings. If you want to get rich, you must first open the road. In Leaking Guyang's construction, this road paved with bluestone slabs is the main street of the Xingyou continent stronghold. In the future, when the area expands, it will be expanded outward with it, and the main hall as the center. Not bad, not bad. After examining it, Jun Changxiao nodded with satisfaction, then flew away from the stronghold and headed towards the endless sky. The few times he came to the plain battlefield, he was either fighting, or on the way to fight. He had not examined this place carefully, so he decided to go out and take a look today. Before he was sure of the power of the modified and difficult to collect sword, Jun Changxiao would not dare to go out alone, even if he had 10 courage. Now he is completely fearless. Look, it's the guy who killed so madly. The killing god of Xingyou continent has come out. Everyone run. Swish, swish, swish. In a certain area of the battlefield, dozens of warriors from the 2 planes were glaring at each other, and when they saw Jun Changxiao flying over, they fled in panic like frightened rabbits. If it was before the opportunity, they might have united to fight against Xingyou continent, but after learning about the crazy massacre of tens of thousands of plain warriors, they simply couldn't muster any courage. Palace Master. An elder hurriedly walked into the main hall of the Red Sea continent stronghold and said solemnly, Jun Changxiao is out again. What? Hong Yao stood up in shock and said, quick, 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 inform everyone not to leave the base. The elder said, I have already given the order. Hong Yao sat down and recalled the scene of the guy wearing a mask and killing thousands of people in one move. Cold sweat suddenly rose on his forehead. After learning that Jun Changxiao appeared on the battlefield, Lingyuan continent also ordered its warriors to retreat to the base as quickly as possible and not to go out without permission. He was able to scare the 2 planes to this level. After experiencing a battle of chance, Zhang Gaosheng really turned into a big devil that made warriors tremble in fear on the battlefield. However, he is very irritable now. As long as he flies to an area, the warriors from all planes will disappear instantly. How can he expand the base in the future? Now the village scale has not even reached the standard, and it will definitely take longer to develop to the scale of a town. Jun Changxiao murmured. To be honest, not counting the time waiting for the epic task, this guy came to the plain battlefield to cause trouble for only a few days. It is already very fast to develop the base to such a scale. Sister. Jun Changxiao asked, is there a way to increase the area of the base faster? Yes. The female system sent a sweet voice. There are many opportunities hidden in the plain battlefield. Dear participants, you can find them in advance and take them for yourself before the seal is unlocked, and the area will automatically increase. How to find them? Look carefully. Jun Changxiao suddenly stopped. At the end of the field of vision, there appeared a high mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds and mist. At the top was a flag with 4 big characters Haohan continent written on it. There is no doubt. When I was bored and flying around, I came to the vicinity of the Haohan continent base. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual thoughts and found that there were not only buildings comparable to cities on the mountains, but also layers of city walls built on the mountain roads, like a military fortress by the mountains and rivers. So he was quite shocked and said, this base is so cool. Dear participants, Haohan continent belongs to the first echelon plane, and is also the first batch of planes to enter. It is normal to have today's scale. The female system said. Ah. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, when will my Xingyuan continent develop to this scale? Wait. This area is obviously a plain area. How come there is a high mountain out of nowhere? The female system said, they piled it up themselves. Can the terrain of the plain battlefield be transformed? As long as the participants have the means to transform the terrain, it is no problem to build the base in the sky. Build it in the sky? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up immediately. This idea is very nice. Swish. He gave up on continuing to visit the plain battlefield and set off to return to the base. After entering, he took out the terrain transformation device and said, although this thing can't make the ground suspended in the air, it can be supported by formations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930, The Grand Floating Mountain. Jun Changxiao learned that the terrain of the plain battlefield could be changed and hurried back to the base, preparing to use the terrain transformation device to raise the safe zone, similar to the Haohan continent. It cannot be purely imitated, but also needs innovation. As long as the participants have the means to transform the terrain, it is no problem to build the base in the sky. The female system's words gave Jun Changxiao a bold idea to turn the Xinjiang continent base into a floating city. Li Qingyang was dumbfounded when he learned about it. The base was set up in the air with a formation. The idea of the sect master was too exaggerated. Swish. The terrain transformation device flew out quickly and then unfolded its mechanical claws like a spider, attached to the ground, and began to modify the terrain. Because of this thing, it was not convenient to build, so the disciples stopped one after another. But when they learned that the sect master wanted to build a floating city, they were a little surprised and a little looking forward to it. Let's go back to the sect. Jun Changxiao led his disciples back to the Eternal Sect and then went to the formation peak to find Zhen Liao and told him his bold idea. Zendejin was silent for a while and said, if we use the concealment formation and the defense formation, we should be able to support the heavy ground. It's not the ground. Jun Chang smiled and said, it's the mountain. Zendejin's mouth twitched slightly and said, a mountain is very heavy. Although the formation can support it, the cost is that it consumes energy every moment. In this case, people must be sent to maintain it at fixed times. No permanent one. Jun Chang smiled. No. Sect Master, Master Zen. Shangwen Ziniao said, we can arrange the 5-element formation in the 32 formations of Kimen. This formation complements the power of the 5-element and can operate endlessly. Zendejin suddenly realized, not bad. There is a formation called the 5-element formation in the 32 formations of Kimen, which can be used not only for defense, but also for attack. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Because it operates with the power of the 5-element, as long as it is arranged, it will exist endlessly. It's just, Zendejin said, without a strong enough 5-element power, it's difficult to set up this formation. Some of the formations in the 32 formations of Kimen require specific energy to maintain, and it's not that you can operate them just by understanding the formation formula and the formation line. I have it. Jun Chang smiled. During this period, he practiced quite hard, especially every moment to stimulate the 5-element body, to cultivate the 5-element power in the spirit core, and now it has already reached a small scale. The next day, Li Qingyang and others entered the plain battlefield again, but found themselves in the sky. After the terrain transformation instrument was transformed overnight, the Xinjiang continent stronghold had bulged up, and the height was at least 1,000 feet. The peaks in the sect appeared in just a few days, so everyone could face it calmly. Yi Xingjun and He Wudi were shocked. The sect master's terrain transformation treasure can even modify the plane opened up by the great powers in the upper realm at will. The quality must be extraordinary. Zuji. Jun Chang smiled and said, go down and lift the mountain. Yes. Zio Zuji flew away and landed at the foot of the mountain. Who? The earth attribute was released and seeped into the bottom of the mountain. The muscles of his arms burst with veins, and he lifted it up with a rumble. Really, he has the strength to pull the mountain and the courage to conquer the world. Lift it a little higher. Jun Changxiao flew down and said, who? Zio Zuji lifted the mountain with both hands and flew into the sky. Higher. Who? Higher. Who? Kill. Thousands of miles away, dozens of warriors from two planes met each other at a corner. Because they had hatred for each other, they fought each other as soon as they disagreed. Energy and light flashed wantonly, which was gorgeous. However, when fighting for life and death, a warrior pointed to the distance and said in surprise, look, what is that? Everyone looked over distractedly and was stunned. In the distant sky within the field of vision, there was an object slowly flying into the sky. Squinting their eyes and observing carefully, they determined that it was a mountain of not too large size. What's going on? That seems to be the Starfall continent stronghold. How come a mountain is flying up? Isn't this mountain a treasure? The two sides stop fighting, their eyes fixed on the mountain that was slowly rising into the sky, their eyes full of confusion. Huh? What is that? The warriors in the plains farther away also noticed the strangeness rising in the air. Just when they were extremely puzzled, the mountain flew to a sufficient height and stopped as if frozen. Master, is it alright? It's alright. Swish, swish. On the ground of the stronghold, Jun Changxiao waved his hands, and the formation flags flew out quickly and were inserted in fixed positions. After the formation was set, he began to outline the formation lines. When all were completed, he released the 5 element in his body and quickly poured them into the 5 fixed points. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth merged and suddenly flashed 5 different lights and then quickly spread to the various formation lines and connected them in series, forming an endless momentum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation light curtain rushed into the sky and then held up the suspended mountain. Come down. Yes. Ziozuji unloaded his power, then landed on the ground, looked up at the mountain that had always remained stable, and his mouth twitched. The master's method is really different. The high mountain transformed by the transformation instrument was supported by the 5 element formation. As long as it is not seriously damaged, it will definitely remain stable in the air. Swish, swish. Jun Changxiao began to arrange isolation arrays around him, and then hit all the array barriers formed by the 5 element array. At this point, a mountain that looked like it was suspended thousands of feet in the sky appeared from the outside. The system crashed and said, "Host is so boring." In its opinion, it would be more economical to refresh them all and buy props with this time. Jun Changxiao stood on the suspended mountain and folded his hands and said, "This is called pomp." It was really pompous. When the warriors on the scene found that the suspended mountain never rose or fell for several days in a row, they competed to discuss it. Someone bravely flew over and stopped 100 miles away and found that there were warriors from the Starfall continent working hard on the suspended mountain, and his eyes widened immediately. Is this a suspended mountain? For a time, the news that there was a high mountain that never fell above the Starfall continent stronghold spread wildly on the battlefield. Some high-level planes didn't believe it at first, until they sent people to investigate and confirmed that there was indeed a mountain suspended in the air. They were deeply shocked. Awesome. How did they do that? Maybe there is a formation underneath to support it. Although the formation can support a mountain, it has weight after all. If we don't find a large number of formation masters to reinforce it all the time, it won't last long. Warriors from all planes were discussing the principle of the suspension of the floating mountain. Some people guessed that it was because of the formation and agreed that the move of the Starfall continent was nothing more than a waste of manpower and material resources to deliberately attract attention. It's true that it attracts attention. As for the waste of manpower and material resources, except for a little trouble at the beginning, when the 5 element in the 5 element formation complement each other and achieve endless life, there is no need to worry about oil leakage, and it doesn't need maintenance and upkeep on weekdays. The area is still too small. Jun Changxiao sat on the boulder on the top of the mountain and said, "Otherwise, hold up a few more mountains." In his conception, a floating mountain is just the beginning. If conditions permit, we can create floating mountains and ridges, the kind that can shock people, even if they just look at them from a distance. Therefore, the base area needs to be expanded as soon as possible. How to expand it? Only the female system said, to find opportunities that have not been unlocked in the plain battlefield. Chapter 931, Fight for the base. There are many opportunities in the plain battlefield. Only those who have reached the time limit to unlock the seal will be announced. As for those who have been sealed, it depends on who can find them. The reason why many planes that have met the requirements continue to send mainland forces to sit in is also to find opportunities. For example, Mo Shangsheng has transferred a lot of forces from the city. He will send warriors to stroll in the battlefield every day. If you are lucky, you may find it by accident and get the good things left by the great powers in the upper realm. Jun Changxiao doesn't care about opportunities. After all, it is better to have more props. However, after finding it, the area of the stronghold will be expanded, so he has to be cautious. A few years later, the warriors from the Xinjiang continent came in. If the stronghold was expanded in advance, and the price was clearly marked, it would definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, after seeing the stronghold of the vast continent, Jun Changxiao was stimulated, and had to make his own territory more magnificent and luxurious than theirs. You build mountains? I will come too, and I have to hang it. You build city walls? I will come too, and let a group of mountains serve as fences. Jun Changxiao's idea was very simple. Since he had come to the plain battlefield, he couldn't be lazy. He had to be the most pretentious and his base had to be the most awesome. The system said, there is a treasure detector in the mall that can help the host achieve his wish. High level mall? Mid-level mall? Swish. Jun Changxiao opened the system mall without hesitation and said, for the base, let's go for it. It takes too long to increase the area by killing people. The best way is to find opportunities in the battlefield, so he is willing to spend contribution points for the expansion of the base. Ding, ding, ding. Refreshing again and again, the goods change again and again. The system said, host, you have become too wild now. The plain battlefield is like a huge world, not only with plains, but also with many high mountains and dark forests. Look. To the west, there is a primitive forest stretching for thousands of miles. There are no birds and beasts here, but there are many hidden traps. If a warrior enters it, he will die, if he is not careful. Such a dangerous place should not be entered by anyone. But today, dozens of warriors in black clothes were walking cautiously. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing Taoist clothes and a goatee was holding a compass in his hand, and whispering with his eyes closed. But suddenly, the compass suddenly turned. The strange words engraved on it began to flash faintly. After a while, the light weakened, and the pointer pointed to a certain direction. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said, Elder son, according to my deduction, this place must have an unsealed opportunity. Are you sure? Said the white-haired old man walking in the front. Elder son, the Taoist said seriously, I'm a professional in deduction, otherwise I would not have been invited by your clan leader. Elder son realized that his questioning tone was a bit rash, so he bowed his hands to apologize and said, Master Huang's deduction skills are famous all over the world. I just said the wrong thing. Master Huang raised his eyebrows, looked to the southwest, and said, the opportunity is in this area, but there are many traps. Leave it to me. Elder son led everyone to move forward carefully. Because they had experience in entering this place, they quickly cracked many traps. Boom. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Only a few hundred feet ahead, flames shot up into the sky, as if a big explosion had occurred. Did someone touch the explosion array? Elder son and others changed their faces slightly. They not only encountered this kind of explosion when they first came in, but also experienced it personally, resulting in heavy casualties, so they were deeply impressed by it. Swoosh, suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the explosive energy, and then landed lightly in an open space not far away, revealing a young man wearing a red and white battle robe and a mask. Elder son and others were stunned. This guy obviously touched the explosion array, but he flew out safely, which was a bit incredible. Damn it. The masked young man cursed and said, there are so many traps. After saying this, he didn't even look at the group of plain warriors nearby, and flew towards the periphery. Bang, bang. In a short range of a few hundred feet, 2 explosion arrays were triggered in succession, but it was still very safe to fly out. My god. He rushed out so recklessly. Could this person be a Xianzi strongman? The appearance of the man in the battle robe and mask was nothing more than a small episode, and did not disrupt Elder Sun and his men from continuing to search for the existence in the southwest direction. No. Not long after they walked, Taoist Huang's face suddenly changed, and he said, the opportunity that I locked on is gone. Gone. Elder Sun was stunned and said, what do you mean? Taoist Huang said in a calm voice, it should be taken away by someone. Huh. Elder Sun and others widened their eyes. As they continued to move forward, they safely passed the traps hidden in the dark, and came to the compass deduction site, leaving only a large deep pit that had been dug out. Gone, gone. Taoist Huang collapsed and said, it was really taken away. Elder son said angrily. There was clearly a breath just now. How could it be taken away in the blink of an eye? It was him. Taoist Huang suddenly thought of something and said with certainty, the man in the battle robe and mask just now. Elder son and others also unanimously determined that the opportunity was taken away by that guy just now. After all, there were no other warriors in this area. Who on earth robbed the opportunity discovered by our jingling continent? Elder son, judging from the clothes that person wore just now, it seems to be the warrior from the Zingayan continent who killed people to the point of madness. Yes, it's him. I remember it. Swish. Jun Changxiao quickly entered the suspended stronghold of Zingayan continent, then took off his mask, took out an object similar to a tortoise shell, and said to himself, is this a defensive treasure? Dear participant, this is a 6-character tortoise seal left by the great power of the upper realm. According to the battlefield quality classification, it belongs to the earth level. The sweet voice of the female system came to my ears. Is there a heaven level treasure on it? Yes. That's a bit ordinary. The system crashed and said, the earth level treasures in the battlefield are comparable to the high level treasures of the Zingayu continent, but the host actually despises them for being ordinary. Damn. Jun Changxiao roared. It took 20,000 contribution points to get a treasure detector, but only got a saint level treasure. It must be a big loss. There is not only one opportunity in the battlefield. The host can continue to use a treasure detector to search. The system roared. That's right. Jun Changxiao calmed down. The treasure detector is not a disposable item. It can be used again. If you can find 700 or 800 treasures of this level, it will definitely be a sure win. 700 or 800? Why doesn't he want 7,000 or 8,000? One for each disciple. Master. Li Qingyang hurried over and said excitedly, the area of the base has expanded a lot again. After Jun Changxiao obtained the 6-character turtle seal and successfully returned to the base, he met the regulations of the battlefield and the territory expanded by another 10,000 square meters. Is it a loss or not? The system roared. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, not a loss. Spending 20,000 contribution points to get a defensive treasure comparable to the high level holy items, and the base has been expanded a lot. It is definitely a profit. Continue. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the treasure detector from the space ring. This thing is similar to Taoist Huang's compass, but in terms of shape and precision components, it is more professional than the other party's props. But the spiritual thoughts merged, and the props started. Swish. The device similar to the minute hand inside turned wildly until it stopped, and 3 or 4 light spots appeared in a certain direction. Oh my god. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, there are actually 3 opportunities hidden in that area. Chapter 930 to the opportunity here. I want it. The warriors in the battlefield have been very upset recently because they have used various means to identify some possible opportunities until they tried hard to break through but found that there was nothing inside. That's not right. On a certain hill, looking at the broken space with nothing in it, the old man in green clothes pulled his hair and howled. Opportunities are clearly hidden here. How come they are gone? This kind of extremely devastating situation has been staged in other places one after another. The warriors of each phase originally came with full confidence, but they all left in disappointment. Second brother. Standing on the edge of the mountain, Ziozuji looked at the base that had expanded several times, and still couldn't believe it. How did the sect leader do it? 3 days ago, when Jun Changxiao returned to the base, the area would expand outward by 10,000 square meters. Now it has experienced 4 or 5 times. At this speed, let alone expanding to towns, it will be no problem to expand to cities. Li Qingyang next to him closed his eyes, and his soul seemed to have flown out of his body, looking down at the base of up to 70,000 to 80,000 square meters from the perspective of the Jade Emperor. Whoosh! The sea of consciousness evolves into a 3D landform model. First, we need well-developed roads. Swish. Straight bluestone roads are arranged in a field shape on the model. We also need a drainage system. Swish. The landform model changes again. We also need halls, buildings, and sentry towers. As Li Qingyang thought, buildings appeared one after another in his sea of consciousness, and then they were placed on the landform model out of thin air. In a short time, a small town with complete facilities was completed with continuous additions. Swish. Li Qingyang opened his eyes, then took out a piece of paper, and drew the pattern he had conceived in his sea of consciousness, not neglecting every detail. This kind of construction talent is really super. Swish. Jun Changxiao dragged the streamer over the stinking swamp, and the light flashing from the treasure detector in his hand became brighter and brighter, which meant that there was an opportunity. Suddenly, he found that in the sky in the distance, there were dozens of warriors in uniform standing, with complex array lines outlined below. Has it been discovered by others in advance? Forget it. Let's look for it somewhere else. There are still many light spots listed on the treasure detector, which means there is more than one nearby. It is normal to grab the opportunity discovered by others in advance in the plain battlefield, and there is no need to bear guilt, but there are so many people on the other side, and there is also a strong man with the character in charge, so Jun Changxiao doesn't want to waste time. At this moment, the warrior who was cracking the restriction that sealed the opportunity also found him. An old man with a cold look said, "Why is there someone here? You continue to crack it, and I will get rid of this guy to prevent the news from leaking out." Swish. After saying that, he flew away and stopped Jun Changxiao, who was about to leave, with endless murderous intent in his eyes. These people came from the second tier Tuoluo continent. They discovered the opportunity of a hidden swamp early. After they were fully prepared, they came to crack it today. Naturally, they didn't want to be discovered by outsiders. Jiang Gaosheng said calmly, "Killing people to silence them? Yes." Hoo. The Earth character strongman burst out his powerful attributes without saying anything, forming dense palm prints to press forward. Judging from the strength, he obviously wanted to quickly eliminate his opponent. Boom. Boom. The scorching flames rose up and instantly broke all the palm prints that pressed down, and the air around him instantly became extremely hot. The face of the Earth character strongman changed in shock. The killing move he had condensed was so easily broken. Hoo. The scorching flames gradually dissipated. Jun Changxiao, who was wearing a red armor engraved with a lotus pattern, held a strange shield in his left hand and a black spear in his right hand. He stood proudly in the air, his eyes flashing with coldness. Red lotus armor, spirit desolate shield, black dragon death spear. These three pieces of equipment are opportunities I have found recently. Any one of these awesome equipment is enough for the author to write several chapters about, and they were found in just a few days. It can be seen how awesome the treasure hunting device is. Seeing this, the Earth level warrior's eyes almost popped out. This guy suddenly got fully armed, and the equipment he wore from head to toe was all Earth level. At that moment, he subconsciously used his sleeves to cover the Zuan level treasure on his wrist. After all, it was too embarrassing to compare with him. "Sorry." The Earth level warrior bowed and said, "I recognized the wrong person. I thought it was an enemy." Instantly scared. Facing this kind of Krypton gold warrior, a warrior who has practiced for thousands of years and finally came up with it, must not be provoked. No. Jun Changxiao, who was blessed with a full set of equipment, said expressionlessly, "You didn't recognize the wrong person. We are enemies now, so." Swish. Exploded down, and flames were released all over the sky. "You'd better die." Boom. Boom. The warriors of the Tuoluo continent who were trying to crack the opportunity above the swamp heard a loud noise and bursts of heat in the distance, and turned their heads to look over. There was a flame erupting there, like a burning furnace. Swish. Suddenly, a man in red armor stepped out of the flames, holding a black spear in his hand, with a person hanging on the tip of the spear. "Helio!" everyone exclaimed. The strong man with the word D could no longer hear. Because his heart had been pierced by the black dragon's death spear, his soul had already flown to the sky. Swish. Jun Changxiao threw the body hanging on the spear out, and hot flames appeared around his body. He said in a cold voice, "This opportunity here, I want it." At that moment, he was like a killing god who walked out of a volcanic hell, without any emotions. Hoo. Under the eruption of hot flames, the temperature around the swamp rose sharply. The warriors of the Tuoluo continent were sweating all over, and the horror in their eyes became more and more intense. All the river elders at the earth level were killed. They did not think they had the ability to compete with each other, so they made the right choice in the shortest time, gave up the opportunity to crack, and fled to the distance. If it was at the beginning, Jun Changxiao might have killed them to expand the base. Now that finding an opportunity gives tens of thousands of square meters, he is too lazy to kill a group of yellow characters at the cost of red names. Swish. Flying over, it landed in front of the formation. For a formation of this level, it is a waste of time to want to break the seal. Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the spiritual energy spread around, instantly crushing various formations and formation lines, and then released the spiritual thoughts to communicate with the prohibitions in the dark. The opportunities left in the battlefield by the upper realm are sealed with fixed hidden formations. If they are not discovered and cracked within a certain period of time, they will be automatically unsealed, and then let all planes compete for them. Jun Changxiao made a little contact with the hidden formation, and said in surprise, this formation seems to be more complicated than the previous cracked one. Could it be that there is an extraordinary opportunity hidden? 10 minutes later, he found a flaw in the invisible formation, and after slightly changing the internal structure, he saw the space distorted, the formation suddenly collapsed, and gradually an arch appeared. Jun Changxiao walked in as usual. After walking about 100 steps along the tunnel, he came to a large stone chamber. 8 large pillars were arranged in different positions, with lifelike birds and beasts carved on them, and a stone platform protruded in the central area. Step. Jun Changxiao walked over. On the smooth stone surface, there was a sailboat about the size of a palm, and the words Tengu worship were engraved nearby. What is this thing? Jun Changxiao asked in surprise. The system said, obviously, it is a treasure that can be used for sailing. It seems to be useless. The host does not plan to go to the 3 major states overseas, so it must be useless. Aren't you spoiling the reader by saying this? Jun Changxiao said as he released his thoughts to merge into the Tengu warship, instantly establishing a connection with it, and forcibly obtaining a memory inheritance. So he said in surprise, this ship is used to fly. Chapter 933. It's him. It's him. The opportunities sealed in the plain battlefield belong to the category of equipment and treasures. They will convey a memory of how to use them, and what effects they have. Jun Changxiao also gained memories when he controlled the Tengu warship, from which he learned that this thing was not used to cross the sea, but to fly. It's not a spaceship. How can it fly? In the world of high martial arts, there are all kinds of things. The system said the host should treat it with a normal mind. That's right. Jun Changxiao walked around inside for a few more rounds, and after confirming that there were no opportunities, he took away the stone platform that seemed to be built with some special minerals. If it weren't for the 8 large pillars that needed to be supported with this guy's character of plucking feathers from passing geese, he might have taken it away. The opportunity in the stone room was taken away, and Jun Changxiao did not stop and walked out, while his soul form played with the pocket-sized Tengu warship in the space ring. From the shape, this thing is similar to an ancient sailing ship, all made of wooden structure, with 2 masts, 1 main and 1 secondary, with sails of different sizes hanging on them, and ropes for attracting sails. As for the inconspicuous structure diagram similar to the formation in the driving room, Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, could it be that it is driven by the formation? In this case, it makes sense. Without the blessing of the formation of the high martial arts world, it is hard for him to believe that a sailboat like a normal plane can fly in the sky out of thin air. For example, the various firearms that are swiped out from them all in the Xinjiang continent, where any martial artist can catch bullets with bare hands. If they are not modified and use crystal cores as bullets, it is difficult to pose a threat. Swish, swish. Over the swamp, streams of light burst from a distance, about 20 in number, including 15 Zuan character masters and 5D character masters. These people are from the Tualuo continent. Knowing that Ileo was killed, and the opportunity might be snatched away, they hurried over. As a second-tier plane, although the overall strength is not as good as the Jiushan continent, it is also a trembling existence in the plain battlefield. Not long. Everyone stopped at the area where the flames were burning just now and saw the body of Hileo lying on the swamp. Their eyes suddenly filled with anger. Those who kill Atualo continent, even if they are the king of heaven, must die today. The leading old man said coldly. Old CUI. A man beside him said solemnly, only the first tier planes can dare to kill our people in the plain battlefield. Everyone's face changed slightly. If it was really the first tier planes that killed them, it would be a bit tricky. Old CUI, who had just made a harsh remark, twitched his mouth slightly and said, even if it is the first tier, we must ask for an explanation. Although his voice was as angry as before, it could be heard from his words that he was a little timid. For a second tier plane like Tualo continent, it is certainly no problem to bully the third tier or lower planes, but it is powerless against the first tier planes. TSK. A middle-aged man sneered, the first echelon is nothing great. Take the Nine Heavens continent for example, didn't it fall into the hands of a newly promoted plane some time ago? Are Elder Song talking about the Fallen Star continent? Yes. I've also heard of this plane. Although its level is not high, there are many strong people. The Nine Heavens continents Simile Numu and Jinuxing Leo were all captured. The sect that sits in the stronghold of the Fallen Star continent is called the Eternal Strongest Sect. The sect leader is Jun Changxiao, who is only in his early 20s. It's strange. It's obviously not the time for the plane to enter, so how did this plane get up? And I heard that there are not many people, probably only about 10 or 20. The Nine Heavens continent is at least a first tier plane, but it was made so embarrassed by a new plane. In my opinion, our Tora continent can completely replace it. A cook who doesn't want to be a general is not a good tailor. As a second tier plane, it naturally hopes to be in the first echelon. Mr. Lee, Elder CUI said, you have been there before, but have you seen the warriors from the Falling Star continent? Yes. Elder Lee, who had remained silent, had a hint of fear in his eyes. Among the 20 people, he was the only one who had personally experienced the scene of the warriors from the Falling Star continent killing madly. Although many days had passed, he still shuddered every time he thought of it. Fortunately, he saw that the situation was not good at that time and withdrew early, otherwise he would have died. This strong man who was comparable to a martial saint in the Falling Star continent was scared by Jun Changxiao's untied sword and killed people madly. Elder CUI said, he killed tens of thousands of people in a short period of time and was punished by thunder from the upper realm. This Falling Star continent is definitely not simple. We must not take it lightly. Elder Song, who was a little bit arrogant, shut his mouth. You can brag about being awesome, but the guy named Jun Changxiao from the Falling Star continent, who was holding a big sword and killing madly, is definitely capable and must be taken seriously. Fortunately, we didn't provoke this plane. The Nine Heavens continent suffered a great loss, but never took any action. Perhaps they also realized that this Zingayan continent is not simple. I said that the first echelon couldn't be so cowardly. It turns out that they had already discovered that something was wrong. Swish. Just as everyone was discussing, a stream of light flew out at a very fast speed. Jun Changxiao stopped in midair and saw a group of people outside, so he smiled and said, are you here to seek revenge? The warriors of Tualo continent also found him. Master CUI. Elder Song said angrily, judging from his attire and age, this boy must be the one who killed Master He. Is that Master He you are talking about? Jun Changxiao pointed to the corpse below and said, if so, yes, I killed him. As soon as these words came out, the warriors of Tualo continent were furious. This kind of killing people, and still proudly admitting it, completely ignored everyone. The strong man with the word earth namedly frowned, and thought to himself, the voice sounds a bit familiar, could it be? I'm in a hurry. Jun Changxiao took out the mask, put it on his face casually, and said, if you want to fight, then come and kill them quickly. Last time, he killed a lot of people for the opportunity, but it was nothing more than relying on the sword that was difficult to put away. Today, since there are so many strong men with the words Uan and Earth, naturally he also wants to see if he can compete with them with all kinds of equipment found on the battlefield. It's him. It's him. Old Lee, who was still thinking, saw the mask that had been imprinted in his mind. His expression changed drastically, and his whole body suddenly trembled violently. CUI Leo and others were at a loss. Who? You tell me. Old Lee was so scared that he could hardly float in the air. The fear in his eyes was extremely strong. He said intermittently, Jun Changxiao from crossing Zingian continent. Ah. The warriors of Tuoluo Continental widened their eyes. The guy who was just discussing appeared in front of them, and he was the murderer of Helio. Huh. Jun Changxiao locked his eyes on Old Li and smiled. I remember, you are the warrior who retreated in the opposite direction when a group of people were killing me. Old Li's face suddenly became very ugly. At that time, he followed more than a dozen Earth character strongmen to kill together, but he smelled the danger in advance, so he hurriedly retreated, so that he was able to escape. I was passing by here unintentionally, and that guy got murderous and attacked first, so I killed him in return. It's reasonable for you to come here, to seek revenge with him. Jun Changxiao summoned all his equipment, holding the Black Dragon Death Spear, and said, then I will have a good fight with you today. The strong men of Tuoluo continent were all dumbfounded. This guy's equipment was at the Earth level at first glance. Master Jun. Elder Cui hurriedly bowed and said, we just happened to pass by, and have no intention of fighting. Goodbye. Swish. 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 In an instant, the 20 strong men of Tuoluo continent who came with great momentum all slipped away at lightning speed. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Are they so afraid of me? Chapter 934. So fast that I can't even see the stern. 20 strong men from Tuoluo continent were scared away. Part of it was because of Jun Changxiao's previous crazy killing, and part of it was because he was wearing Earth character equipment. In this battlefield, where one piece of awesome equipment makes you feel like you are going to heaven, it must be very scary for one person to wear 6 pieces of divine equipment. Hey. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, I really want to fight with them. He found so many tough equipment from the battlefield just to show off, but he didn't give himself a chance to fight. Seeing him so cocky, the host couldn't help but complain. Host, take off your equipment. Believe it or not, they can drown you with their saliva. I believe it. Jun Changxiao said. With his current strength, if he didn't have the equipment to bless him, he would be thankful to be able to tie with an Earth character strong man. Host is rarely self-aware. The system said. But, Jun Changxiao said seriously, I don't use the equipment. If I have it, and I will fight them naked. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. No one is so confident in cheating. Try this Tengu warship. Jun Changxiao did not chase the fleeing Tuoluo continent warriors, but landed outside the swamp, summoned the Tengu warship, and integrated his mind into it. Bang. There was a bang, and bursts of white mist rose. After the cold wind blew away, a wooden sailboat appeared in the original place. The length of the boat was about 20 feet, and it exuded a desolate atmosphere, as if it had existed for a long time. Domineering. Jun Changxiao looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Swish. He jumped and landed on the deck, and there was a creaking sound. Jun Changxiao had already observed the structure of the outer body of the ship in advance, so he did not look at it carefully. He walked straight into the driving room, and saw the strange formation in the shape of a 5-pointed star. In the pocket form, the pattern was not very clear. Now that it was enlarged, it was found that there were 2 grooves in the 5 diagonal areas, which seemed to be used to inlay some kind of energy. I understand. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. This is a driving formation, which needs to be loaded with energy to operate. He was able to confirm it so quickly, because the guns and even various equipment purchased in the mall all have similar grooves, which are charged with crystal core energy. Crystal cores should be used as fuel. Jun Changxiao took out 10 crystal cores, and embedded them in the grooves. Sure enough, after all the crystal cores were in place, the strange and ancient formation suddenly flashed with light. Swish. A gentle stream of light spread out. Jun Changxiao's mind came into contact with it, and his body trembled slightly. He immediately felt that he had completely dominated this Tengu warship. Get up. He issued an order. Whoosh whoosh. The formation in the driving room glowed brightly, and the Tengu warship standing on the ground slowly rose, and then floated in the air 100 feet high. A ship used for sailing just floated like this. The scene was very strange. Incredible. Jun Changxiao exclaimed as he began to carefully tour the interior of the Tengu warship. Finally, he concluded that it was no problem to accommodate 100 people, and there were not only cabins for people to rest, but also kitchens, halls, training rooms and other facilities. The people who built the ship knew how to enjoy life. After the tour, Jun Changxiao came to the bow, stood with his hands behind his back and said, "From this moment on, the battlefield is dominated by me alone." Under the control of his mind, the Tengu warship suspended in the air flew away in a whirl. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the bow and flirting, said with his black hair flying in the wind, "The speed is good." The speed of the Tengu warship was not as fast as his combination of mechanical armed wings and flying power, but it was much faster than ordinary Earth character strongmen. That is to say, this ship is not a treasure that is so fast that it defies the sky. But after all, it is a vehicle that can accommodate many people, and its value is reflected. What value? Bring your disciples to show off and fly together. Ha ha. Hundreds of miles away, 20 warriors from the Tualuo continent slowed down, breathing rapidly with red faces. "We escaped," said Elderly, still in shock. At that time, if they were in the previous crazy killing situation, they would have been controlled long ago, and could only watch them being wiped out. Elder Cui said with lingering fear, "I didn't expect to meet the killing god of Xinjiang continent in the swamp." Elder Song, who was so awesome just now, was speechless. At first, he despised the Jiushan continent, until he saw Jun Changxiao's equipment with the word Earth, and finally understood why the first echelon suffered a big loss. "This kid is extraordinary." Elder Cui, who gradually calmed down, said solemnly, after returning to the base, "I must tell the sect master that he must not provoke him." After a pause, he added, "Don't provoke Xinjiang continent." Good. Everyone agreed. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened, and it felt like a dark cloud suddenly passed. The warriors of Tualuo continent subconsciously raised their heads, and then they were stunned, because something with an ancient aura slowly flew away in their field of vision. "Is this a ship?" Cui Leo and others opened their mouths in shock. At this moment, the 20 warriors of Tualuo continent clearly captured with their spiritual thoughts that there was a young man with flying black hair standing on the bow of the ship, so they exclaimed in surprise, "It's him." Jun Changxiao looked at the shocked people below and said with a smile, "Hi, we meet again." Cui Leo and others twitched their mouths. It was scary enough that this guy had a set of top grade equipment, and now he was riding a large ship that could fly, which would only shock him more. Moreover, there was another more important thing. Everyone was a Zuanzi and Dizzy strongman, and their spiritual thoughts were always released. Why did they not discover it until the shadow of the ship pressed down? Hoo-hoo. The Tengu warship still released a desolate atmosphere, and then slowly flew away under the eyes of the warriors of Tualuo continent. Cui Leo. Elder Song said with a dull face, The ship can fly." Cui Leo said, "This is the first time I have seen it. If I'm not wrong, this thing must be from the upper world. It is definitely not a brain supplement. It is indeed from the upper world. Moreover, if it were not for Leo's insistence on killing people, this treasure should be from Tualuo continent." The Tengu warship was still flying recklessly over the battlefield, but judging from the slow speed, it was obviously very different from when it took off. Jun Changxiao came to the driving room in confusion. 5 of the 10 crystal cores placed in the 5-pointed formation were dim, and the other 5 were faint, and were in a state of exhaustion. "No way." Jun Changxiao said in astonishment. 10 high-quality crystal cores were exhausted so quickly? The system said, "Flying warships are of extraordinary quality. It is normal to consume a lot of fuel once they are started." Jun Changxiao understood this point, but the 10 crystal cores he embedded in the formation were comparable to the level of the king of martial arts. They were exhausted after flying less than 500 miles. This was too expensive. If he really wanted to go to the 3 major states overseas in the future, the journey would be extremely long, and taking his disciples on a boat trip would definitely be a huge expense. Forget it. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Let's take the high-speed rail." The system said, "The host can use spirit stones as fuel to drive." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, "Do you think I have a lot of spirit stones and can use them as gasoline? Try it." The system said, maybe different levels of energy will make the warship fly faster and longer. Makes sense. Jun Changxiao took out 10 artificial spirit stones. No, not exciting enough. He took back the artificial spirit stones and took out the natural spirit stones. But it still felt not exciting enough, so he took out 10 6-pointed star stones and placed them in the groove. Step. Standing on the bow again, Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and said, fly. Swoosh, the Tengu warship flashed with light after receiving the driving information from the owner and then sprinted forward at a very fast speed. Coincidentally, Cui Leo and others flew over and saw that the large ship that was stagnant in the air suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and they stood there in amazement. Until half a day later, Elder Song was horrified and said, it's so fast that I can't even see the stern. Chapter 935 Battlefield Merit Shop opens. How fast is a Tengu warship powered by 10 hexagram stones after it starts? You can get a glimpse of it from Jun Changxiao, who was originally standing at the bow, but now hugged them ass tightly, swinging like a flag. Slow down. Slow down. Under the control of the master's mind, the Tengu warship that cut through the sky gradually slowed down and entered a slow flight state. My god. Using hexagram stones as fuel is like changing the engine. The system said, I guessed it right. Jun Changxiao ignored it and came to the driving room. The 10 hexagram stones placed there were very shiny, so he smiled and said, it has flown at least 500 miles this time, and the energy is still full. The speed and endurance are indeed not comparable to the crystal core. Decided. If you go to the 3 states overseas, take a boat trip. The reason why Jun Changxiao was so confident to spend money was that he extorted a lot of hexagram stones from the Jiushan continent. That's right. What good stuff is in that guy's ring? Jun Changxiao casually took out Leo's space ring and then merged it into it to read. The Earth character strongman from the Tualuo continent has quite a lot of stuff in his ring, especially a few martial arts secrets. You can use it to make up the number. Jun Changxiao put the secrets into his space ring and continued to read, and then found 10 shining minerals in it, so he guessed this should be the same martial arts resources as spirit stones and star stones. Not bad. The function is the same, but the name is different. The author is too lazy to name it. So from today on, all resources with the same function as spirit stones in all planes will be replaced by spirit stones. The energy contained in the spirit stones of the Tualuo continent is much stronger than the spirit stones of the Xinjiang continent, but it is still inferior to the 6-pointed star stones. If I had known earlier, I would not have killed that guy and let the plane where he is use this kind of martial arts resources to redeem him. Jun Changxiao said. Let's go. Swoosh, the Tengu battlefield moved forward at full speed, shuttling through the battlefields of endless plains. Did something fly over there just now? I felt it too. Strange, I didn't catch it with my spiritual thoughts. Could it be that I've been practicing too much recently and have an illusion? The warriors were surprised. Little did they know that just now a large ship flew over there. Xinjiang continent stronghold. Li Qingyang, Zhao Zuji and others were busy building on the suspension. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone looked up and saw a large ship suspended above them at some point. Ship? Long Xiang's eyes widened. The master is on it. Li Fen's eyes were sharp, and he found Jun Changxiao standing on the bow. He Wudi and Yi Xingchen saw the huge warship suspended in the air. Their expressions froze, and then they went straight into the brain-filling program. Above the stronghold, the Tengu warship was always in suspension. This is the standby mode. Although it also consumes energy, it can be almost ignored in front of the powerful hexagram stone. At this moment, Li Qingyang, Zhao Zuji and others had already flown up, standing on the deck and looking around like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Master, Li Fei said in disbelief, is this ship a treasure? Not only is it a treasure, it's also a flying treasure. Jun Changxiao said. Amazing. Li Fei and others looked at each other with admiration. Going out and bringing back a flying warship was completely beyond imagination. Zuji. Jun Changxiao took out the spiritual wilderness shield, then threw it over, saying, you can use this shield. Zhao Zuji took the shield. Just by touching it, He was sure that this thing must be much stronger than the black iron shield, so he said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, master." Jun Changxiao took out the black dragon death spear, and after a little consideration, threw it to Long Xiang, saying, "This is yours. Thank you for the reward, master." Long Xiang took the black dragon death spear, and stroked it lovingly. "I have another red lotus battle armor here, who wants it?" Jun Changxiao said. "I." Yi Xingchen said hurriedly. Brother Niu has changed. He was not like this before. Jun Changxiao threw the red lotus armor over and said, "I hope you can spread the power of my Xingian continent in the plain battlefield." Because he has to manage and develop the sect, he is destined not to stay in the plain battlefield forever. He distributes the equipment to the disciples, hoping that they will inherit his will and turn the place upside down. "Yes," the disciples said in unison. After bringing the Tengu warship to the base, it meets the requirements for obtaining opportunities, and the area is expanded by another 10,000 square meters. This cannot satisfy Jun Changxiao. In the next few days, he went out one after another to search for various opportunities in the battlefield with treasure detectors. As long as he is eyed, he will definitely sweep them all away. There are many types of opportunities in the battlefield, including martial arts, equipment, treasures, and many natural treasures. After Jun Changxiao brought them back, he would throw them to them, as long as they were suitable for the disciples. In just 10 days, the Xingiu continent stronghold expanded a lot. When it reached a certain scale, Jun Changxiao used the terrain transformation instrument to build a mountain again, and then supported it with the 5-element array. One day, when Jun Changxiao returned again, and threw a pair of speed-enhancing combat boots to Li Fei, a heavy voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The Xingiu continent stronghold has initially reached the scale of a town, and the battlefield merit store is officially launched. Swish, as soon as the voice fell, the open space near the hall flashed with light. A building surrounded by clouds and mist appeared out of thin air, and the plaque hanging on it was engraved with 5 vigorous and powerful characters. Battlefield Merit Store finally appeared. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and walked into the majestic Merit Store. There was no decoration inside. On the east wall, there were wooden signs with many small words on them. Lingian Sword, the required merit value is 100 points. Ningian Bill, the required merit value is 100 points. Yunfen Sword Art, the required merit value is 100 points. At the bottom of the wooden sign, there is a line of words, which reads, "When the merit value meets the requirements, you only need to take off the wooden sign to get the corresponding items." Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "It's a bit similar to them all. It's just similar, but it certainly can't be compared with the professional system mall in terms of function. After all, there is no introduction. Who knows how strong the Lingyuan sword and Ningyuan pill are? I have a lot of merit value. You can buy it and try it." Jun Changxiao walked over and took off the wooden sign engraved with the Lingyuan sword and Ningyuan pill. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a bright sword and 10 pills appeared in his hand. Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, "It's a bit magical." Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light flashed. After a review, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's far worse than the Zenyang sword." Gulp. He ate an Inguan pill. The effect of the pill is similar to that of the key gathering pill, but it only increases the speed of absorption by 20 times. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "The battlefield merit store is too disappointing." If the plain warriors who fight for merit points heard this, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. It's not that Jun Changxiao is pretending to be cool, but he exchanged several items in succession and concluded that weapons, pills, and even martial arts secrets are completely incomparable to the system mall. Plain warriors can treat them as treasures, but they are really of no substantial help to themselves and their disciples. No, it helps. At least they can be exchanged for secrets and used to make up the numbers in the Gangfa Pavilion. Because the condensation pill does not conflict with the key gathering pill, it is also good to take them at the same time to increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. As for equipment and treasures, they are not worth exchanging, because Jun Changxiao has found many opportunities during this period, and several core disciples have collected 6 sets. Brothers, At the edge of the stronghold, Li Qingyang glanced at Xiao Zuji, Yi Xingchen and other fellow disciples, and said solemnly, "The master has found so many equipment for us, we must not let him down, and show the power of the Starfall continent on the battlefield." Yes. Everyone's eyes sparkled. "Let's go." Li Qingyang flew out first. Xiao Zuji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi and others followed one after another. On this day, the Krypton Gold disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect flew out of the stronghold, and the hard-working warriors in the plain battlefield were afraid to tremble. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the hall, looked at his beloved ones who were gradually going away, and said with a smile, "Although the overall strength of my Xinjiang continent cannot compare with other planes, we can crush them with equipment." P.S. Some readers have recently reported that chapters are expensive. In fact, it is because of the large number of words. The number of words in each chapter is not absolutely fixed. According to the website's charging standard, 200 words /1 cent, I update 6,000 words 3 times a day, and the price is the same when split into 6 chapters. Even if it is combined into one chapter, it is the same price. Sometimes 2 in 1, the number of words will be more than 4,000 plus, so you have to pay the corresponding price. In short, if you update 10,000 words, all collected in 3 chapters, you think the chapters are expensive, but if it is split into 2,000 words, it is actually equivalent to reading 5 chapters. Chapter 936 A Demon Emperor Gate appears out of nowhere. Boom. Boom. In a certain area of the plain battlefield, 2 yellow-lettered warriors whose strength was not inferior to that of the 7th or 8th grade martial emperors were gathering various moves and bombarding the dusty area below. After a while, the 2 stopped. "Big brother," the shorter warrior said, "that arrogant guy was bombarded to the point that not even a hair was left." The warrior who called Big Brother smiled coldly and said, "Isn't it good to be alive? You have to come here to die." The 2 brothers were originally looking for opportunities in the plain battlefield. Suddenly, someone flew over and provoked them in various ways to commit suicide. So there was the scene of bombardment just now. "Hey." Suddenly, a voice came from the dusty area, "Don't be happy too early." The smiles on the faces of the 2 warriors froze when they heard it. A gust of wind blew, and the dust dissipated immediately. Xiao Zuji, wearing the true Yang suit, stood proudly in place, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "I thought these 2 warriors would be very strong, but they didn't pose any substantial threat to me when they stood there and let them bombard me. They even disdained to use the spirit shield." "Brother, he is not hurt at all. How is it possible?" Bang! Xiao Zuji stomped his feet, the ground shattered, and rushed forward like a cannonball. Whoosh! The body of the great wilderness exploded, and the heavy breath like a mountain instantly spread. Boom. 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 Plop. Plop. After a battle that lasted for hundreds of words, the 2 warriors from the Chimui continent sank into the deep pit with crooked mouths and slanted eyes. Xiao Zuji was suspended in the air and said disappointedly, "We still have to find a higher level warrior to fight." Junior brother Yi, looking back at the distance, "Let's go." Yi Xingchen, standing in the sky with his hands folded, said lightly, "It took dozens of moves to deal with this kind of trash." Xiao Zuji could actually deal with the opponent faster, but this time he came out of the base for training, so he hoped to fight for a while longer. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 2 flew away from the area and continued to look for their target. Not long after, they encountered a team of 5 people. Xiao Zuji was about to continue to provoke them, but then he heard Yi Xingchen say, "Leave it to me." "Okay." Swoosh! Yi Xingchen flew over and stood in front of the 5 people, saying lightly, "A bunch of trash." If it were Xiao Zuji, he might have spent a lot of time provoking the target to anger him. The arrogant Emperor Yi only used 4 words and his unruly appearance to instantly maximum out his taunt value. "Looking for death. Chop him off." Who? In an instant, energy exploded in the area, but it was as short-lived as a blooming firework, because when Yi Xingchen appeared behind them and sheathed the true Yang sword, the 5 yellow-lettered warriors fell to the ground one after another, with sword marks of the same size and depth on their necks. Junior brother Yi is awesome. Xiao Zuji raised his thumb. Yi Xingchen said, "If you can't kill the enemy with one blow, practicing martial arts is meaningless." This sentence combined with the lonely and arrogant back, is unprecedentedly strong. However, only a few minutes later, more than 30 warriors came to chase and kill. Paine ran faster than anyone else when he saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Zuji and Yi Xingchen were training in the plain battlefield. Li Qingyang, Li Fei and others were also training in batches. Although they had just entered the martial emperor, they had top grade equipment and were not afraid of any yellow level strongmen. For high level continents, the plain battlefield is used to obtain merit points, exchange various martial arts resources and find opportunities. Although they may fall at any time, they always attract warriors to enter. For the core disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect, the plain battlefield is a copy for leveling up, and they don't even need to brush equipment, because they start with a 6-piece set. A few hours later, Li Qingyang and others returned to the base with excitement on their faces. They all experienced actual combat during this outing, and benefited greatly from the fight. Li Fei said, "Why haven't senior brother Xiao and junior brother Yi come back yet?" Li Qingyang frowned and said, "Are you in trouble?" Swish. Swish. At this moment, Xiao Zuji and Yi Xingchen flew over from a distance, and then landed on the floating base in a rather embarrassed manner. "Junior brother Xiao, what's going on?" Li Qingyang said. Xiao Zuji took a breath, and said in a breakdown, "Junior brother Yi insisted on fighting with a Zuan warrior, but was chased by 10 Zuan warriors for an hour." Humph. Yi Xingchen said lightly, "If there weren't so many people, I would definitely be able to deal with them one by one." Li Qingyang said, "Brother Yi, although the sect master has given us a set of equipment, our strength is limited after all. We must be cautious when we go out for training." Yi Xingchen said nothing, and stood up, and headed for the teleportation gate. "Let's go." Li Qingyang said, "Let's go back too." Everyone returned to the sect, and began to digest the benefits brought by actual combat. In the next half month, Li Qingyang and others either built in the base, or went out for training together. Because they had a set of top grade equipment, and ran very fast, the warriors of the continents were troubled. Langshao Peak. Jun Changxiao sat in the study, and took out 2 experienced talismans, saying, "Half-step martial saint has no small realm division. Is this thing still useful?" Pa. Crushed one. Hoo. The spiritual energy in the spirit cores changed slightly. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "The higher the realm, the less obvious the effect of the experienced talisman." As he said, he crushed another experienced talisman. Although the spiritual energy was strengthened, the improvement in strength was not very significant. Sect Master. At this moment, Li Luoqiu hurried in and said, "The Taixuan Holy Sect was encircling the Demon Sect in Nuteo Lake, and was suddenly attacked by a large number of masked black-clothed men, with heavy casualties." Jun Changxiao's face suddenly became solemn and said, "Is Xiao Mu okay?" Although he was separated from the high-level leaders of the Taixuan Holy Sect, the news came that he was fine. Li Luoqiu said, "That's good." Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Are these masked black-clothed men the same group of people I investigated?" "Yes." Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao sat down, propped up his right cheek with his fist, and said, "The Taixuan Holy Sect wiped out the remnants of the Demon Sect. This organization's sneak attack should be related to the group of disciples separated from the Demon Emperor Sect that year." Li Luoqiu was about to speak when he heard the latest intelligence, so he hurriedly said, "Sect Master, news came from Xianzhou that a force calling itself the Demon Emperor Sect announced that it would fight to the death with the famous and upright sects." "The Demon Emperor Sect?" Jun Changxiao was stunned. Li Luoqiu added, "They also announced to the public that the sneak attack on the Taixuan Holy Sect was their doing. They are fighting to the death with the famous and upright sects, and now they are attacking the first-rate sects." Jun Changxiao said, "The Demon Emperor Sect is going to cause trouble." Sure enough, in the next few days, the Xingyu continent was bustling. The Demon Emperor Sect, which appeared out of nowhere, launched a fierce offensive against the famous and upright sects, and successively destroyed several fifth-rate sects. Jun Changxiao learned from the intelligence that the several sects that were destroyed had one characteristic, that is, they had followed the big sects to fight against the remnants of the Demon Sect. "Sect Master," Li Luoqiu said, "the fourth-rate Kangalan Sect was destroyed by the Demon Emperor Sect. The top leaders and tens of thousands of disciples were all killed. Did the famous and upright sects take any action? Yes, 2 first-rate sects have joined forces with second and third-rate sects and are heading towards Xianzhou. I'm afraid a fierce battle will break out soon. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together, resting his chin on the back of his hands, and said, "The falling star continent is about to enter the plain battlefield. It's a bit interesting for the Demon Emperor sect to come out and stir up trouble at this time." Sect Master Li Luoqiu said again, the Demon Emperor sect announced that the sect master possesses an innate demon body and has inherited the Demon Emperor's legacy. It has also issued a Demon Emperor order to recruit demon cultivators hidden in the falling star continent. Innate demon body? Jun Changxiao said in surprise. Isn't it on Mangying? Is this physique not the only one? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Become a Spectator. The Demon Emperor sect that suddenly appeared frequently attacked and destroyed several sects in just a few days. It was definitely not tolerated by the famous and upright sects, so the 2 first-rate sects took the lead and joined more than a dozen second and third-rate sects to launch an attack. For a time, the eyes of warriors and forces from all sides were focused on Xianzhou. The intelligence network of Xiaotang also began to operate. Dozens of intelligence were sent every day. After screening, Li Luoqiu informed the sect master of the important information. TSK Jun Changxiao, who was sitting by the pond fishing, was surprised after hearing the latest intelligence. This Demon Emperor sect actually has 4 martial saints sitting in it. The strength is a bit not to be underestimated. Li Luoqiu said, the masters of the 2 first-rate sects suffered a lot of casualties. Masters? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, just a group of small fish. Li Luoqiu's mouth twitched slightly. The 2 first-rate sects that attacked the Demon Emperor sect sent 4 semi-saints, 10 martial emperors and dozens of martial kings. The lineup can be said to be luxurious, and the sect master actually described it as small fish. If Master Li went to the plain battlefield and witnessed Jun Changxiao's frantic slaughter with his unretractable knife, he would understand why he described it this way. Master Jun is now also a person who has experienced big scenes, let alone the semi-saints and martial emperors. Even if dozens of martial saints appeared in front of him, he would not be surprised. This Demon Emperor sect is the dark sect that once attacked me. If it didn't have some hardcore strength, it would definitely not openly be an enemy of the famous and upright sects. Jun Changxiao murmured. According to the information currently available, he has determined that the masked black-clothed man who repeatedly attacked him is the remnant of the demon sect that split from the Demon Emperor sect. The guy who invited him in Fenghua Valley before may be one of the leaders. Xianzhou. On a high mountain, spiritual energy is rampant and space is distorted to the extreme. This is the place where the warriors of the Demon Emperor sect and the famous and upright sects fought. Although the battle has ended, the aura of killing is still strong. Is this all that a first-rate sect can do? A burly man in black armor stood on the battlefield, gnawing on the bloody thigh of a beast. A slender man stood next to him, picked up the hair on his forehead, and said lightly, the deputy sect leader shouldn't have sent us to deal with this kind of rubbish. Ghost. A hunchbacked old man came over and said in a deep voice, you are getting more and more daring now, and you dare to question the order of the deputy sect leader. The man named Ghost smiled and said, I just said it casually, don't arbitrarily put a hat on me. Let's go. A graceful woman put away the dagger and said lightly, go back to the sect. Although these 4 people have different appearances, they all have a chilling demonic aura around them, and their cultivation is all at the emperor level. These are the 4 guardians of the Demon Emperor sect who appeared out of thin air. The burly man is called Mangfu, the slender man is called Gibby, the hunchbacked old man is called Yinjiu, and the graceful woman is called Ying. In the fierce battle just now, at least 500 or 600 famous and upright warriors died in the hands of the 4 men, and they were definitely the main force. The sect forces in Xianzhou are almost cleaned up. When are we going to other states to play? For example, Gimli smiled and said, the nearby Yangzhou in the southwest. Ying, who was walking in front, said lightly, this state is ruled by the Wangu sect. The deputy sect master has ordered that we should not provoke them for the time being. I'm just surprised. Gimli said, the Wangu sect killed many of us. Why didn't the deputy sect master let us take action? Jiu suddenly said, you are questioning the deputy sect master again. No, don't talk nonsense. Gimli said. The reckless man looked to the southwest and grinned. I heard that the disciples of the Wangu sect are very powerful. I really want to meet them. Come on. Gimli rolled his eyes and said, with your brute force, you can knock down the mountain of this sect with one punch. The deputy sect master has his own ideas, and we, as subordinates, just need to obey. Ying said. Gui merely shrugged and said, I just said it casually. Wangu sect, Long Shao Peak. Liluoqiu came to report again. According to statistics, in the Battle of Qingling Mountain in Xianzhou, more than 1,000 people were killed or injured in the famous and upright sects, led by 2 first-class sects. What about the Demon Emperor sect? Hundreds of people were injured. Only injured but no deaths? Yes. Jun Changxiao put away the fishing rod and said, this is quite impressive. Liluoqiu said, according to the information sent by the spies, the disciples of the Demon Emperor sect are all magic cultivators, and they can forcibly stimulate their strength. Although there are many people in the famous and upright sects, they were completely crushed. After hiding in the dark for so long, they suddenly came out in the open. Naturally, they came prepared. If the famous and upright sects don't take it seriously, they will suffer a great loss. Jun Chang smiled. Liluoqiu said, many first-rate sects have already taken action. In my opinion, the good show has just begun. Jun Changxiao put on the bait, swung the rod out, and said with a smile, so we are responsible for watching the show. He needs to grasp the general situation of the world, but he is not interested in participating in things like the battle between good and evil. After all, it is not aimed at him. Moreover, Jun Changxiao is very curious. How powerful is the Demon Emperor sect to dare to challenge the famous and upright sects of the entire continent? The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor sect broke the eternal peace and made many warriors realize that the world is going to become unstable. Sure enough, a few days later, several top sects headed by Taixu and Holy Sect sent out invitations to the leaders of each sect to discuss how to defeat the Demon Emperor sect. Wangu sect also received an invitation, but Jun Changxiao crushed the invitation after just one look and said, I'm not interested in participating in the affairs between you righteous and evil. I just want to be a leisurely spectator. Sect Master, Elder Ma of Kangshan sect is here to see you. In the hall, Ma Yunteng sat in the first seat with a somewhat ugly expression. Yesterday, the sect received an invitation to go to Huaying Mountain to discuss the matter of defeating the Demon Emperor sect. Kangshan sect heard about the Demon Emperor sect. This kind of force that destroys fourth-rate sects and plays with them is definitely not to be provoked. But the top sects sent invitations, and it would be embarrassing not to go, so the top leaders were very conflicted, and finally sent Ma Yunteng to the Eternal Sect to ask for the opinion of Sect Master Jun. No. Jun Changxiao gave his opinion. Ma Yunteng said bitterly, in this way, it is equivalent to offending several top sects. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Ma, the intention of these big sects to invite your sect is nothing more than to serve as cannon fodder when dealing with the Demon Emperor sect. That's why the leader sent me to ask for the opinion of Sect Master Jun. Ma Yunteng said. Jun Changxiao said in a deep tone, the Demon Emperor sect is also targeting those big sects this time. We small sects don't have the strength to compete, so we can only watch the fire from the other side of the river. Ma Yunteng, my Kangshan sect really doesn't have the strength to compete, but your Eternal Sect is hard to say. I understand. Ma Yunteng stood up and bowed, saying, my Kangshan sect will follow Sect Master Jun and watch the fire from the other side of the river. After giving his opinion to this ally, Jun Changxiao thought of another ally, and murmured, that woman won't go to the appointment with a foolish face, right? Sect Master. Liluoqiu came to report, Mailhua Palace received an invitation, and Palace Master Z led the elders to Yinghu Mountain. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, I will not participate, but I can go there to make a living. Thinking of this, he settled the sect's affairs, then stood up and flew out, heading to Yinghu Mountain at a very fast speed. All the major sects gathered together to discuss how to attack the Demon Emperor sect. As the sect master of the Wangu sect and a person in the circle, there was nothing wrong with Jun Changxiao going over to take a look. Li Luoqiu, standing on Xiao Peak, shook his head and said, with the sect master's personality, if he goes over to take a look, something will definitely happen. Chapter 938, Is Yinghu Mountain your home? You don't allow others to come up. There is a very special mountain in Xingqiu continent, named Yinghu Mountain. There is no abundant spiritual energy on the mountain, and the scenery is also ordinary, but it is highly worshipped by the world. Every year, countless warriors come here to play and go for an outing. Why? Because the Demon Slaughter Order was issued here. From that day on, the famous and upright sects fought a desperate battle with the Demon Emperor sect, leaving behind battles that were worthy of praise from future generations. Thousands of years later, under the operation of several first-class sects, the high-ranking sects from all over the world rushed to Yinghu Mountain again. Of course, the Demon Emperor sect is not as good as the Demon Emperor sect. The scale of the gathering of the famous and upright sects this time is far less than 1/10 of that time. Master He, Master Gong. At the foot of Yinghu Mountain, the two sect leaders met, bowed, and said polite words, and then walked together on the historic stone stairs, with awe in their eyes. The ancestors negotiated and discussed the Demon Emperor sect on this mountain, and exchanged thousands of years of peace for Xingqiu continent. People in later generations will naturally remember it in their hearts. Today, they were invited by a first-rate sect to discuss how to defeat the Demon Emperor sect that suddenly appeared, which gave them an unprecedented sense of mission. The high-ranking officials of various sects who came later would stand in awe at Yinghu Mountain whenever they stopped at it. To show their respect for their ancestors, they would choose to climb the mountain, even if they could fly up. Sect Master. A disciple stood at the foot of the mountain and said with admiration, although Yinghu Mountain looks very ordinary, I feel a very intimate atmosphere. The old man in brocade clothes standing in front of him said proudly with his hands behind his back, when we fought against the Demon Emperor sect, our Xiling sect also sent people here. So that's it. The disciple suddenly realized, no wonder there is a sense of intimacy. It turns out that the breath of our ancestors remains here. Let's go. The sect master said, let's go up. Yes. Dozens of disciples followed him up the stairs, all with awe in their hearts. Just as the warriors of various sects came from all over the world and walked along the long mountain road, a stream of light flew towards the top of the mountain at an inappropriate time. This action instantly angered everyone. Who is so bold as to fly in Yinghu Mountain? For a moment, countless spiritual thoughts were released, covering the upward flying stream of light. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, they all exclaimed in surprise, the leader of the Wangu sect. Why is he here? Did a first-class sect also send an invitation to this shameless guy? Jun Changxiao, who was rising continuously, suddenly stopped, pointed at the sect leader halfway up the mountain with his hair completely straight, and said, if you talk nonsense like this, I will sue you for defamation. The system said, I think he is right. Jun Changxiao ignored it and flew towards the mountain again, leaving behind a group of very angry senior leaders of various sects. Damn it. A sect leader said angrily, this Jun Changxiao is too arrogant. I haven't heard about the Wangu sect recently. I thought it changed to a low-key route. I didn't expect it to come to Yinghu Mountain. Someone said in surprise. Not to mention, since the God of Cookery contest ended, the Eternal Sect hasn't done anything in the martial arts world for a long time, so that everyone is almost out of topics to talk about. The main reason is that the appearance of the plain battlefield portal has divided Jun Changxiao's mind, and the disciples also have new copies, so naturally they won't go out to play. In short, I can compete with the strong men in each plane, so I don't have the mood to play with the warriors of the falling star continent. Swish. Jun Changxiao landed on the top of the mountain in a chic manner. The high-level leaders of various sects who climbed the mountain in advance and were bragging and farting turned their heads to look over, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Why is this guy here? Moreover, it seems that he flew up directly. Humph. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes flashed anger after seeing Jun Changxiao. This person is Ao Huanayu, the leader of the Ao Shisheng sect. His son Ao Washan was abused by Yi Xingchen in the dragon and tiger contest, and is still lying on the hospital bed. It is normal that he doesn't look good. TSK, Jun Changxiao said with a smile. There are still quite a few people. There are already 400 or 500 warriors gathered on the top of the mountain. Among them, there are the leaders of second-rate sects, as well as the high-level leaders of second and third-rate sects. It can be said that there are many heroes. Of course, there are also many sects that have grievances with the Eternal Sect. For example, the Ao Shisheng sect, the Hao Guang Sheng sect that fought for the mineral vein, and the Dayan Sheng sect and Xiangang Sheng sect that had been in the dragon and tiger contest. Huishan has a sect martial arts competition every year, and the participants are nothing more than third and fourth rate sects. It is very common for the first and second rate sects gathered in Yinghu Mountain today, and the level is many times higher than that. Everyone. Jun Changxiao bowed and said, "Don't get me wrong. I came here just to watch the fun." The faces of the bigwigs of each sect darkened. So many sects on the Xinjiang continent gathered together to discuss how to eradicate the suddenly appeared Demon Emperor sect. It is indeed an extremely serious matter. He actually came to watch the fun. Isn't it equivalent to watching the joke of the whole continent? Sect Master Jun, Ao Huanayu said with a cold face, "Since your Wangu sect will not participate, please go back." "What's the matter?" Jun Changxiao sat in front of the huge rock next to him and said in a cocky manner, "Yinghu Mountain is your home. You don't allow others to come up." Seeing his arrogant look, the leaders of various sects present wanted to walk up to him and rub their faces on the ground hard. If it is really implemented, the result may be that the mountain is worn flat, but the face is not hurt at all. After all, the quality of the power from the upper world is absolutely guaranteed. Jun Changxiao's words made Ao Huanayu unable to respond. Master Jun, an old man with a kind face, came out and said seriously, "The strength of the Demon Emperor sect that suddenly appeared is extraordinary. Since we are a famous and upright sect, how can we stay out of it?" "Sorry," Jun Changxiao interrupted, "my Wangu sect has never pretended to be a famous and upright sect. You want to pull me into the trap. There are no doors or windows." However, this sentence has hurt the various sects. After all, they claim to be famous and upright sects. Isn't this guy saying that he is sanctimonious in a different way? What's more, Jun Changxiao continued, the Demon Emperor sect has several martial saints in charge, and my Wangu sect is limited in strength. Even if we go along with you, we can't help much. Speaking is an art. Gao Cheng is interpreting another art, not speaking. He was hypocritical and in collusion with others, which made the major sects look so bad that they couldn't bear to look directly at him. Jun Changxiao, Ao Huanayu said angrily, "I think you are here to pick a fight." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "You are an unripe melon. I have nothing to do, so I came all the way to pick a fight." The leaders of the major sects glared at him one by one, and the originally harmonious atmosphere was replaced by solemnity. Master Li was right. With Jun Gaocheng's personality, it must be bad if he came here. Master Jun. At this moment, a light voice came from behind. "You are really here." Zijingxuan came over with a happy face. Changsun Fanghua and Leng Xingaiyu, who followed behind, looked at each other and finally understood why Master Huang came to Yinghu Mountain. It turned out that he wanted to see this kid. No. Why are the faces of the leaders of the major sects so ugly? Why are they looking at Jun Changxiao with unfriendly eyes? Did this guy offend them all? Palace Master Z. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "Let's leave the task of dealing with the Demon Emperor sect to the major sects present. We, the 4th and 5th rate sects, should not get involved." Upon hearing this, the leaders of the various sects became even more angry. It would be fine if your Wangu sect did not participate in the crusade against the Demon Emperor sect, but you also instigated other sects not to participate. You are just a troublemaker. Zijingxuan said with a smile. Sect Master Jun, I came to Yinghu Mountain just to see the scenery. I see. Jun Changxiao jumped off the boulder, pointed to the sea of clouds in the distance, and said with a smile, "Let's go over there to enjoy the scenery, and don't disturb the leaders of the various sects from discussing important matters." Zijingxuan was startled and followed with a red face. Changsan Fanghe and Leng Xinggai were very tactful and did not accompany them. Especially when they looked at the backs of the palace master and Jun Changxiao, they immediately felt that the two were a match made in heaven. The leaders of the various sects suppressed their anger and continued to wait for the arrival of other sects. However, occasionally looking at Jun Changxiao and Zijingsu and chatting and laughing in the distance, I suddenly got angry. Such a sacred place. That guy was actually openly talking about love. Chapter 939. The Deputy Master of the Demon Emperor Sect. At the Sea of Clouds, Jun Changxiao sat on a stone, telling Zijingsu a story in vivid detail. As for the content of the story, it's better not to mention it. Seeing him talking about love in front of them, the leaders of various sects were extremely angry, but they could only suppress it, and then began to communicate with each other. This time they gathered at Yinghu Mountain, not to be angry, but to discuss how to target the Demon Emperor Sect. As for Jun Changxiao, the troublemaker, if he doesn't want to participate, then don't participate. Anyway, there are countless sects in the world, and he is not a big deal. The leaders of various sects are doing the right thing. In the face of such shamelessness, the best way is to tolerate him, let him go, and ignore him. Half an hour later, thousands of people gathered at the top of Yinghu Mountain. There are at least hundreds of sects from all over the world. There are 5 first-rate sects, 20 second-rate sects, and the rest are all 3rd, 4th, and 5th-rate. All the bigwigs and high-level people gathered together and began to discuss how to quickly and effectively solve the Demon Emperor Sect. Palace Master Z. Jun Gaosheng said with a smile, "Guess what method they will use to deal with the Demon Emperor Sect?" Zijingsu stroked her glasses and said, "Unite all the sects that came, let them each send out people, and find a time to attack the Demon Emperor Sect." Jun Changxiao was stunned, because this woman thought the same as herself. Zijingsu really guessed it right. After careful discussion, the sects reached a consensus and decided to form an alliance to fight against the remnants of the Demon Sect. This consensus was made by the 1st and 2nd-rate sects, and the 3rd, 4th and 5th-rate sects just followed suit and nodded to express their opinions. In fact, before they came to Yinghu Mountain, they had already thought of this result. Because of their low level and lack of authority, they could only cooperate with the big sects. To put it bluntly, the sects with low levels all have the awareness of being cannon fodder. In this case, why do they still have to be stupid? Because they are in the circle, since they have been invited. If they want to stay in the future, they must bite the bullet and come. For example, after receiving the invitation, didn't the Kangshan sect also struggle with whether to attend? If Jun Changxiao hadn't given any advice, and if he didn't want to offend the major sects, he would have come here by now. Once you are in the martial arts world, you can't help yourself. Although Jun Changxiao is in the martial arts world, he is an exception, because with the current strength of the Wangu sect, he dares to refuse the invitation and dares to argue with the major sects on the top of the mountain. The premise of ignoring or breaking the rules is that you must be strong first. Those 4th and 5th-rate sects can't do it, so they can only willingly follow the big sects and be cannon fodder. The originally clear sky suddenly blew dark clouds from afar, and drizzle fell. The strong men from the various sects in Yinghu Mountain are not of low level, so the rain can't fall on them, and they are still discussing seriously. After the alliance is decided, they must discuss how to attack the Demon Emperor's Gate. However, it involves confidential information, so they communicate by voice transmission, and occasionally look at Jun Changxiao in the distance vigilantly, as if they are worried about being eavesdropped by him. Overthinking. Jun Changxiao came to Yinghu Mountain this time, really just to see the excitement, and didn't care at all how the various sects targeted the Demon Emperor's Gate. The dark clouds gathered in the sky left under the push of the wind, and after the sun came out, a rainbow gradually emerged. "How beautiful!" Zijingsu exclaimed. Jun Changxiao said, "There are water droplets in the air after the rain, and the sun shines at a low angle, which will produce such natural wonders. Master Jun knows a lot." Zijingsu said. Jun Changxiao said modestly, "I only know a little bit about many things." Everyone. At this time, the kind-looking old man said, "It's decided. Please make more preparations when you go back." The leaders of various sects bowed. It was obvious that when Jun Changxiao accompanied Jingxiao to watch the rainbow, they had already discussed everything. Goodbye. Goodbye. Just as the leaders of various sects were about to leave, another black cloud spread over from a distance, exuding an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Jun Changxiao said secretly, Demon Cultivator? Because Yao Mengying was on the path of Demon Cultivator, he was very familiar with this momentum. The leaders of various sects also noticed it, and their faces suddenly became solemn. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several black streams of light carrying the demonic energy flew down, and then hung on the top of Yinghu Mountain. There were 5 people in total, 4 of whom were old men in black robes, standing on the left and right sides, and in the middle was a handsome young man. That's right. It was the guy that Jun Changxiao saw in Fenghua Valley, who might be a woman dressed as a man. The 4 old men in black robes looked different, but they were all covered with a chilling demonic energy. Martial Saint. Jun Changxiao performed the sound transmission technique without changing his expression. Notify the sect, let the Purple Hall Master and Elder Ding come as quickly as possible. Yes. The members of Xiao Hall at the foot of the mountain received the order from the sect master and hurriedly passed the message to a farther place. After multiple transmissions, Li Luoqiu in the Wangu sect received the message in a short time. Swish, swish. The Purple Ridge Demon King and Ying Lao did not finish their meal, and they flew towards Yinghu Mountain at full speed. This kind of information transmission and action is really super fast, and no sect in Xinjiang continent can match it. Sure enough, Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, something really happened. The use of the top forces of the sect made her guess that the possibility of something going on was not small. Let's talk about Yinghu Mountain. When a young man and 4 martial saints appeared in the sky, the atmosphere suddenly became particularly solemn. The kind-looking old man was a man who had experienced many storms and waves. He said in a deep voice, who are you? Introduce yourself. The young man, who was more handsome than Jun Changxiao, smiled gently and said, my surname is Yuan. You can call me Young Master Yuan, or you can call me the deputy leader of the Demon Emperor sect. The Demon Emperor sect? The faces of the bigwigs of each sect changed suddenly. This gathering in Yinghu Mountain is to discuss how to eradicate this demon sect force, and now the real owner has come. It turns out that this guy is the deputy leader. Jun Changxiao said secretly, thinking of this person who once said that he wanted to break the current rules and establish a new one. It seems normal for him to dare to be an enemy of the famous and upright sects. Jingxiao sent a voice message. Master Jun, the situation is a bit bad. Let's leave quickly, everyone. Jun Changxiao bowed and said, you guys chat, we'll leave first. He had no interest in participating in the affairs of the Demon Emperor sect and the famous and upright sects. He just wanted to be a spectator in peace. Master Jun. Young Master Yuan smiled and said, we are old friends. Are you leaving without chatting for a while? Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. When this guy said old friend, he deliberately emphasized the tone, making it clear that he wanted the sects to think wildly. Sure enough, when the big brothers of the major sects heard this, they immediately went crazy. They even suspected that the Eternal Sect and the Demon Emperor Sect had colluded with each other, and the other party suddenly came to kill them. Maybe it was him who reported the secret. Mr. Yuan. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, we have only met once, and we are not friends yet. When we met in the purple bamboo forest of Fenghua Valley, Sect Master Jun and I had a great chat. How come we are not friends? Mr. Yuan said with a smile. Damn it. Do you have to drag me into this? Humph. Ao Huanayu smiled coldly and said, it turns out that Sect Master Jun and the Deputy Sect Master of the Demon Emperor Sect are old acquaintances. No wonder they came uninvited. The leaders of various sects glared at Jun Changxiao. At first, they were very angry about the arrogance of this guy, but they just didn't like his arrogant attitude. Now, under the instigation of the Deputy Sect Master of the Demon Emperor Sect, they realized that this boy might be an enemy, so their angry eyes were already filled with strong hostility. Boy. Jun Changxiao looked at Mr. Yuan and said coldly, I once said in the purple bamboo forest that you should not try to threaten me or challenge my bottom line again and again. You seem to have forgotten it. Chapter 940. How can I be worthy of heaven and earth if I don't beat you? Young Master Yuan, who suddenly appeared, always emphasized that he was a friend of Jun Changxiao, with the purpose of making him stand in opposition to the famous and upright sects. The effect was good. The leaders of various sects had already doubted it. Jun Changxiao could naturally see what young Master Yuan meant, so he was very angry now. My Wongu sect really doesn't want to get involved in the affairs between the Demon Emperor sect and the famous and upright sects, but this kind of behavior of forcibly dragging people into the water is really annoying. Young Master Yuan obviously didn't realize that his little thoughts had angered Jun Changxiao, and smiled and said, "What sect?" Master Jun said. Yuan has always kept in mind and never forgotten. Really? Jun Changxiao's face was gloomy. Back then in the purple bamboo forest, because there were masters hidden in the dark, he suppressed his attack and didn't make a move. Although there are 4 martial saints today, the desire to abuse the opponent has become stronger. The main reason is that the words were too annoying. Mr. Yuan, Jun Changxiao said coldly, I'm just here to play soy sauce, but you insist on dragging me down. Well, from now on, we are enemies. TSK. Ao Huanai and others sneered. In their opinion, Jun Changxiao may have hooked up with the Demon Emperor sect, and every word and expression he said now is acting. Master Jun. Mr. Yuan said seriously, since we can't be friends, we can't be enemies, then why the hell are you trying to trick me? Hoo. Suddenly, a heavy momentum suddenly emerged in the sky, and the power of dragons and elephants gathered together, and then pressed down towards Mr. Yuan. The dragon elephant prajna palm was performed, and dozens of dragons and elephants shone brightly, instantly making the world lose its color. The faces of the bigwigs of each sect changed. This kind of desolate momentum, that seemed to come from the endless starry sky, they had never seen it before. Arrogant. A martial saint standing in front of Master Yuan waved his hand coldly, and a mighty demonic energy roared out and gathered in the sky to form a fist that soared into the sky, blasting towards the dragon elephant force that was pressing down. Crack, crack, crack. The power condensed by the martial saint level demon cultivator mercilessly tore the space apart, and the evil energy that captured people's minds spread wildly, making the warriors of various sects pale with horror. Boom. At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded, and the martial saint level demon cultivator who made the move fell down the mountain like a cannonball. The whole process happened in a flash, and the other 3 martial saints had not yet recovered. They only felt the demonic energy pressing down, forcing them to subconsciously retreat in different directions. In this way, Master Yuan had no protection, and could only watch the power of the dragon and elephant pressing down. Finally, he said in horror, no. Boom. The terrifying power pressed hard on the top of Yinghu Mountain. The whole mountain was shaking violently and showing different degrees of cracks. The warriors of various sects in it gradually stabilized their bodies. Their expressions changed again and again, and they exclaimed in their hearts, what kind of martial arts is this? The power is so terrible. Without time to think, they all looked up. Higher up, a purple-haired man with his whole body exposed and only wearing red underwear was proudly suspended. That's right. It was the Purple Demon King. When Jun Changxiao made his move, he had already arrived. After receiving the order, he quickly exploded his clothes and forced back the 4 martial saints who were blocking the power of the dragon and elephant. The bigwigs of various sects were collectively stunned. The aura of this purple-haired man was even more weird than the 4 demon cultivators just now, and he scared away all the opponents after he appeared. His strength must be extraordinary. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 martial saints stabilized their bodies, and there was deep fear in their eyes when they looked at the Purple Ridge Demon King. As for the martial saint who tried to break the dragon elephant prajna palm, but was knocked away by a palm, his whole body seemed to be broken apart, and he lay in a deep pit at the foot of the mountain. The earth-level strongman in the plain battlefield could not withstand the attack of the Purple Ridge Demon King, let alone him. It must be said, Sect Master Jun was very foresighted. When he saw Master Yuan with 4 powerful thugs, he realized that something would happen, so he contacted the strong men of the sect in advance to come. Otherwise this guy would definitely not be able to pretend to be smooth. Tram. Walking to the edge of the deep pit suppressed by the power of the dragon and elephant, Jun Changxiao's spiritual energy turned into a big hand to grab Master Yuan who was lying inside, and then pulled him in front of him. Deputy Sect Master. The three martial saints were about to rush over. The Purple Ridge Demon King came down, blocking their way, and said, "Whoever moves will die." These 5 simple words fully demonstrated his arrogance, and domineering attitude. He was indeed Daohuacun from the upper realm, and indeed the master of the Wangu Sect's spirit hall. Although the 3 martial saints wanted to rescue the deputy sect master, they could only stand still with difficulty when they felt the violent aura released from the Purple Ridge Demon King, which was stronger than their own demonic energy. Boy! Jun Changxiao bound Master Yuan with his spiritual power, and said in a cold voice, "When we were in the purple bamboo forest, you challenged my bottom line. I didn't think that you would be even more aggressive when we met again. How can I be worthy of the heaven and earth if I don't beat you up?" Wow. Master Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale to the extreme. He had reached the peak of the martial emperor level, and he had been covered with bruises after taking the dragon elephant Prajna Palm. This is because Jun Changxiao showed mercy. Otherwise, with the full power of the dragon elephant, 10 young masters Yuan would not be enough to kill him. Of course. Judging from the embarrassed look of young Master Yuan now, he is indeed a man. This is probably one of the reasons why Jun Changxiao took action. After all, how could there be someone more handsome than himself in this world? Seeing that young Master Yuan, who claimed to be the deputy leader of the Demon Emperor sect, was seriously injured by a single blow, the leaders of the sects were wondering, could it be that the leader of the Eternal Ancient Sect was not in the same group with him? Did we misunderstand? Listen to me. At this moment, Jun Changxiao turned around and looked at the warriors of various sects present and said angrily, "I, the Eternal Ancient Sect, have no interest in participating in your affairs." This sentence contains the power of swordsmanship, martial arts and the 5 element, which directly penetrated the hearts of the people and made them shudder. Master Jun is so scary. Looking at Jun Changxiao's angry back, Zijingxuan's bright eyes were filled with surprise, but she also secretly said, "But, he is also very powerful." One sentence shocked everyone present. It was indeed very powerful and domineering. Plop. Jun Changxiao threw Master Yuan to the ground, then sat on a boulder and said lightly, "I'm just here to watch the fun. Please continue." Although beating up the deputy master of the Demon Emperor sect was a way to vent his anger, it was more of a statement to the bigwigs of the various sects that he had nothing to do with him. Now that the attitude has been expressed, naturally, I can continue to be a spectator with peace of mind. Deputy Master. 3 martial saints flew over quickly. One of them picked up Master Yuan, then looked at each other, and flew away in tacit understanding. They came lightly and left lightly, taking only the wounded. As for the martial saint who was bombarded at the foot of the mountain, he had disappeared, leaving only a deep pit and a shape. After the Demon Emperor sect's strong men left, the demonic energy gathered on the top of the mountain gradually dissipated. The leaders of various sects breathed a sigh of relief. According to the normal plot, Master Yuan would definitely teach the famous and upright sects a lesson when he brought 4 martial saints to kill them. But he had to provoke Jun Changxiao, who remained neutral, and not only was he beaten, but he was also beaten to the ground, and couldn't stand up. The play could not be performed anymore, so it had to end hastily, a typical case of not playing by the rules. Sect Master Jun. The kind-looking old man bowed and said, "Thank you very much." Many sect leaders also bowed and saluted, their eyes flickering with gratitude. Although the top sects also sent many masters, they were still far behind the 4 martial saints. If the other party really took action, the consequences would be disastrous. Run away now? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I thought I would teach this group of hypocritical and famous sects a lesson." The corners of the mouths of the leaders of the various sects twitched. "Palace Master Z," Jun Changxiao said, "we have seen the scenery, why don't we go back first?" "Yes." Zijingxuan nodded. Jun Changxiao led the people from Maohua Palace down Yinghu Mountain. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was always hanging in the air, glanced coldly at the leaders of the various sects on the top of the mountain and said coldly, "Trash." He had a grudge against these famous sects. After all, he was sealed by the martial saints of the top sects. If it weren't for the sake of the sect master, he would never help them resolve the crisis. Master Jun. After walking down the mountain, Jingxiao asked in confusion, why don't you kill the deputy master of the Demon Emperor sect and eliminate the harm for the Xingyan continent? In the situation just now, Master Yun was seriously injured, and even a martial arts apprentice could easily kill him. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, he is targeting the famous and upright sects, not my Wangu sect, so there is naturally no need to kill him. Jingxiao said, Master Jun, do you want to see the Demon Emperor sect and the major sects fight? Yes. Jun Changxiao said frankly. Changsan Fanghe and Leng Xingyu, who were following behind, frowned slightly when they heard this. They could understand that the Wangu sect did not participate. But the demon sect endangered the continent and endangered all living beings. But they watched the excitement with a mentality of watching the fire from the other side of the river. Isn't it a bit too much? The two had such thoughts because they claimed to be famous and upright sects, and they had a sense of justice in their bones. Sense of justice. Jun Changxiao also had it. However, he had no good feelings towards the Demon Emperor sect and the famous and upright sects, so he naturally didn't care about anything. Jingxiao said, will the fight between the two sides be good for Sect Master Jun? No. Jun Changxiao was just watching the fun, and there was no such thing as sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight and reaping the benefits. This is a qualified spectator. Jingxiao said, Sect Master Jun is different from others. You are different too. Jun Gaosheng said with a smile. Jingxiao looked stunned. Jun Changxiao transmitted a message. Palace Master Zi's appearance gives people a very weak feeling, but she can become the Palace Master of Maihua Palace, and is also known as a wonderful woman. She must be no ordinary person. I just happened to take over a 4th-rate sect, unlike Sect Master Jun, who developed the 9th-rate Tigu sect into the current 4th-rate Wangu sect. Jingxiao said with a smile. The system couldn't help but complain. Is it interesting to brag about each other in business? Palace Master Z. Jun Changxiao bowed and said, the sect has something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Well, as soon as Jingxiao finished speaking, Jun Changxiao had already flown away, leaving the beauty looking at him from afar with a rather disappointed look. Hoo-hoo. In the dark and damp cave, the firewood started to burn, not only dispelling the cold air, but also gradually bringing the aroma of barbecue. Senior Sister Zaya. Suzayomo handed over the roasted pheasant and said, eat a full stomach, and your injuries will heal faster. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Xuan opened her eyes, took the roasted chicken calmly, and then turned around to eat. Senior Sister Xia, you eat first. Suzayomo stood up and said, I'll get you some spring water. Wait. Xia Xuan turned her back to him and said, you are also seriously injured. Why don't you take care of your injuries? If everyone takes care of their injuries, who will protect Senior Sister Xia? Suzayomo said with a smile, and then left the cave to find water. Xia Xuan fell into silence, thinking of the scene a few days ago, when he was suddenly attacked by a masked man in black, and he used his back to block a palm for himself. The ice layer in his heart was slowly melting. Chapter 941. Good times are always short. The story goes back to, forget it. Let's put it simply. The Taixuan Holy Sect went to Nuteo Lake to eliminate a small group of remnants of the Demon Sect, but was ambushed. The two sides fought fiercely, and finally the disciples and the leaders were separated. Suzayomo and Xia Xuan were together, and suddenly a masked man in black with the strength of the peak martial arts master came to kill her, so she hurriedly used her back to block a palm for her, and then they both staggered and fled to the deep mountains and old forests. In a critical moment, blocking bullets and damage for a girl, the favorability will definitely increase. Senior Sister Xia. After a while, Suzayomo came in with spring water and smiled. The spring water here is very sweet. Xia Xuan took it and drank it all, then tried to stand up because the injury had not been completely healed and suddenly became shaky. Suzayomo hurriedly reached out to support her and said, you are so seriously injured, don't force yourself to stand up. Xia Xuan's face changed slightly. He wanted to push the guy away, but was afraid of hurting his wounds, so he sat down again and said, let go. Suzayomo let go, then retreated to the entrance of the cave, saying, you heal your wounds, I'll protect you. Remember, at any time, you must find a touching point to move the other person. Wei Lao's words rang in his ears. Swish. Suzaitomo sat down with his back to Zha Xuan. There was a dark palm print on his clothes on his back, which was left by the masked man in black. Seeing this, Zha Xuan remembered that he had sacrificed himself to save her before, and rolled on the ground, and howled in pain. The coldness on her face dissipated, and she gently lowered her head, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." Suzaitomo smiled and said, "I feel honored to help senior sister Zaya block a palm. Wei Lao. I seem to be successful." If Wei Lao was present, he would definitely smile with relief. Slippery. Zha Xuan rolled her eyes at him, then tried to stand up again, holding on to the stone wall and said, "It will take some time for my injuries to recover. You should take care of yourself first." Suzaitomo had just said one word when she saw the woman staring at her, so she walked in and said, "Okay. Hoo-hoo." The mind method was running, and the spiritual energy was shrouding it. Zha Xuan, who had moved to the front of the cave with difficulty, saw this and said in surprise, "He has actually comprehended the Linksanju to the level of spiritual energy transformation. Linksanju is the highest level of the outer sect of Taixuan Saint Sect, and it will only be practiced after being recognized by the top leaders." Suzaitomo has been listed as the next batch of designated inner sect disciples. After obtaining it, it took him only 1 month to comprehend the state of great success. It must be easy for a strong man with a high-grade martial king and a holy spiritual root to practice this kind of mind method practiced by outer sect disciples. Of course, Suzaitomo was just pretending, and he was actually not injured at all. 2 hours later, the dark palm print on his back weakened a lot. He pretended to be energetic and stood up, saying, "Senior sister Zaya." Zha Xuan fell asleep against the stone wall at the entrance of the cave because of her injury. Looking at her slightly pale face, Suzaitomo couldn't help but secretly said, "If it weren't for my protection, this woman would have died in Nuteo Lake long ago." Walk over. Take out a blanket from the space ring and cover Zha Xuan. Although he was very careful, he still woke her up. She suddenly opened her eyes and flashed a hint of coldness. It didn't become gentle until he confirmed who it was. "Is your injury healed?" "Yeah, almost." The masked man is a peak martial arts master, and his martial arts are very strange. "How can you heal so quickly?" Facing Zha Xuan's doubts, Suzaitomo took out a broken tile and said, "This is the treasure that master left for me for self-defense. It has dissipated most of the power." "Is that so?" Zha Xuan suddenly realized. "What a pity." Suzaitomo said bitterly, "It's damaged now. After returning to the sect, I will ask my grandfather to give you another defensive treasure." Zha Xuan said. Suzaitomo smiled and said, "Senior sister has already given me a bottle of Kingsin Bingji pills. How can I ask for your things again?" As she said that, she subconsciously touched her waist and said in surprise, "Where's the bottle? Where's my bottle? It's over. It's over. It must have fallen outside. I'll go find it." Zha Xuan said, "It's just an empty bottle. Is it necessary to care so much?" Suzaitomo stopped at the entrance of the cave and said, "To many people, this is just an ordinary bottle, but to me, Su Jintang, it is more precious than life, because it was given by senior sister Zaya." "Idiot," Zha Xuan said lightly. Then she waved her hand and took out the bottle of Kingsin Bingji pills, saying, "You fell into the cave when you were looking for water just now." Suzaitomo picked it up with great joy, then wiped it with her sleeves, and was about to put it on her waist, but felt it was unsafe, so she stuffed it directly into her arms. Zha Xuan saw it, and muttered in her heart, "You like the bottle so much, I will give you a bunch of them when I go back. Bring the broken treasure here, I'll see if it can be repaired." "It's already broken into pieces, it shouldn't be repairable." Suzaitomo handed the tile over and said to herself, "This is just a tile I picked randomly, don't let her see the floor." Zha Xuan examined it, then put it into her sleeve and said, "It's broken, even the aura of the treasure is gone, it's impossible to repair it." Suzaitomo's mouth twitched slightly. "Big sister, if you can't repair it, give it to me." "What do you mean by taking it away?" Xuan saw that he was a little reluctant and said lightly, I'll give you a bottle, you give me a tile, we'll be even. Don't you want to? Yes. Xuan was seriously injured, and there was no special healing elixir, so Suzutomo didn't rush to take her away, but took care of her carefully and responsibly, and occasionally went out to collect medicinal materials, and boiled soup for her to restore the meridians. Have you studied medicine? Master is very proficient in the art of alchemy. I learned a little bit when I was practicing with him. Oh. Xuan said, your master, Elder Jun Changxiao, is very powerful. He can scare away a herd of beasts with just a glance. Suzutomo said as he boiled medicinal materials, I'm not bragging, my master is well versed in history and modern times, and is extremely well read. He is definitely a top-notch genius in the world today. Well read? Xuan became interested and asked, what does he know? I know martial arts, swordsmanship, alchemy, and formations, and I also. Suzutomo mumbled a lot of things and directly portrayed Jun Changxiao as a super omnipotent being. Fortunately, Gao Sheng was not there, otherwise he would have kicked her with his big foot and roared, you make me sound so awesome, how can I act in the future? Xuan said, I really envy your master, who can live a free and easy life, instead of being like me who has to work hard every day according to the rules. Suzutomo smiled bitterly and said, senior sister Xia has a special ice physique, has an elder who is her grandfather, and is highly valued by the sect. Her future is bright, aren't you satisfied? Xuan said, there are too many rules in the sect, don't you feel depressed? Suzutomo laughed at herself and said, it may be depressing for a genius like senior sister Xia, but for someone like me who comes from an ordinary background, if I don't work hard, I will lose everything, and become a laughingstock. What a painful realization. Have you heard of Lu Qian? Xuan asked suddenly. Lu Qian? Suzutomo said, I heard senior brother Sun mention that she was once one of the top talents in our unholy sect, but she was expelled for breaking the rules. Yes. Xuan shook her head and said, she was expelled just for entering the ice spring to practice without the consent of the top leaders. Senior sister Lu is more talented than me, but she can't break the restrictions of the sect. How sad it is. Is this the reason why the senior sister was expelled? Suzutomo was secretly shocked. This was the most critical information he had obtained so far when he came to take unholy sect as an undercover. But a top genius was expelled for going to the ice spring to practice without permission. Isn't it too hasty? Impossible. Impossible. Suzutomo thought to herself, this is probably what the top leaders said to the outside world. Maybe there are other reasons. Xuan adjusted her slightly depressed mentality and said coldly, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it to yourself forever. Yeah. Suzutomo nodded, and then asked, senior sister Xia, I heard that Lu Qian later joined the Eternal Ancient Sect, and participated in the Dragon and Tiger contest? Yes. Xuan said, I didn't expect that. After being abolished by the top leaders, and deprived of all martial arts memories of the unholy sect, she would still have a chance to make a comeback. Damn it. Suzutomo was secretly shocked and said, senior sister was actually abolished by the unholy sect. If the sect master knew about this, he would definitely explode on the spot. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect are very strong. I don't know what kind of elixir they took. Xuan said. She had seen the Dragon and Tiger contest on the light screen, and had also witnessed the strength of the disciples of this emerging sect. Suzutomo thought to herself, you only see how strong we are, but you don't see how we practice. The martial arts facilities such as the shaping room, the training tower, and the secret realm of life and death can certainly improve strength, but the effort and sweat required are dozens of times more than that of ordinary people. Gulp, gurgle. The medicine started to boil. Suzutomo regained her composure, and after boiling it for more than 10 minutes, she carefully poured it into the bowl. Plop. The calm lake suddenly rippled. I caught it. I caught it. After a while, Suzutomo's head popped out of the water, holding a big fish, and said with a smile, senior sister, we have fish to eat tonight. I have to say that the magic mask is really awesome. Even soaking in the water did not reveal the ledoop. Pa. The big fish swung its tail hard and hit Suzayamo's face hard, and then dived into the water. No way. This fish is so powerful. Puchy. Seeing his left face was hit red, Xia Xuan covered her mouth and laughed, then said, "You caught a powerful fish, and the power that burst out instantly is not inferior to that of a peak martial artist. No wonder." Suzayamu rubbed her face and said angrily, "I must catch it and roast it today." Gudu dived down and quickly grabbed the fleeing powerful fish. Late at night, Suzayamu removed the fish scales and internal organs, skewered the face-slapping fish, and then roasted it on the fire. Xia Xuan was sitting cross-legged and practicing as usual. During this period, with the conditioning of soup and medicine and the repair of the mind method, her meridians have recovered almost completely. "Sister, the fish is ready." "Yes." Xia Xuan opened her bright eyes, then took the grilled fish and said, "My injuries have almost recovered, and I will return to the sect tomorrow." "Okay." Suzayamu said in a low voice with frustration. "Good times are always short. What are you mumbling about?" Xia Xuan said. Suzayamu said, "I'm very happy to be with senior sister Xia these days." Xia Xuan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't tell anyone about my injury and recuperation here when you go back." "Yes. The fish is grilled well. Thank you." The next day, Suzayamu and Xia Xuan set off to return to take the unholy sect. "What? Wangu sect?" After receiving the latest report, Jun Changxiao said with a stunned face, "Xiaomu and Xia Xuan were alone in a cave for 5 or 6 days?" "Yes." Li Luoqiu said. "This kid is good." Jun Chang smiled. Coincidentally, Elder Wei was also in the study room, and he smiled with satisfaction. Xiaomu's comprehension is still good. At this point, he subconsciously looked at the sect master and muttered in his heart, "It's a world of difference." "Oh, right." Li Luoqiu said again. Xiaomu said that the reason why Lu Kaiyan Qian was expelled was because she entered the ice spring without permission, without the approval of the top leaders. "Is it that simple?" Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Li Luoqiu said, "Xiaomu guessed that it might be the Takes Unholy Sect's words, and there might be other hidden secrets. Tell him to pay more attention, and not just focus on flirting with girls." "Yeah." After returning from Yinghu Mountain, Jun Changxiao continued to focus on managing the sect, and decided to personally participate in the recruitment of disciples next month, because the number of members has now reached more than 48,000, and it is very close to breaking 50,000. However, the outside world is a bit chaotic. To be precise, the Eternal Ancient Sect, which has not brought shocks for a long time, once again swept the entire Xinjiang continent with explosive topics. The various sects discussed important matters at Yinghu Mountain. The leader of the Wangu sect also went there. I heard that he had a fight with the big guys, and was just about to roll up his sleeves and start fighting. The deputy leader of the Demon Emperor sect brought 4 martial saints to cause trouble, but they were beaten by the Jun sect leader so badly that they couldn't stand up. According to eyewitnesses, at that time, the Jun sect leader performed a strange martial art that directly gathered some kind of illusion in the air, and the power was quite explosive. There was also a guy with purple hair who was just naked and intimidated the 4 martial saints, making them dare not move at all. My god. The Wangu sect has been silent recently, and I thought it had disappeared, but when the news came, it was still so explosive. The fact that Jun Changxiao was showing off at Yinghu Mountain was destined to become a topic of conversation among the warriors of Xinjiang continent after dinner. Of course. What they care more about is, when will the major sects form an alliance and launch an offensive against the Demon Emperor sect? Just when warriors from all over the continent were anxiously waiting, another piece of news came from Xianzhou. The Demon Emperor sect suddenly disappeared, and the previous base was also deserted. No way. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly. After learning about it, I was counting on you to fight against the famous and upright sects, but you retreated to the dark, after being beaten by me. Although the Demon Emperor sect disappeared, the masked men in black were still active in the martial arts world. In just a few days, several sects were wiped out. It was obvious. This force changed its strategy and turned from open to covert to target the famous and upright sects. Bang. There was a bang in a dark cave, and only a fist mark was seen in the concave part of a wall. Damn it. The reckless man clenched his fist angrily and said, the deputy sect leader was beaten like this. Why did he stop us from going to trouble the eternal sect? That's right. The ghost leaning against the pillar next to him said unhappily. Aang said, the deputy sect leader has his own plans. We just need to follow his orders. The reckless man said with bloodshot eyes, I can't stand this. I must go and cause trouble for this sect. Aang frowned and was about to dissuade him. Jun Changxiao spoke first. The deputy sect leader was seriously injured by Jun Changxiao's palm. Are you sure you want to cause trouble, not to die? The reckless man paused and said, I can't beat the sect leader of the eternal ancient sect, but I can beat the disciples of the eternal ancient sect. Yes. Gimmer's eyes lit up and said, we can go and bully the disciples of the eternal ancient sect. Don't do anything without the deputy sect leader's order. Aang said. Hey. Gimmer shrugged and said, I was just talking casually. That night, Aang found that Gimmer and the reckless man were gone, so he frowned and said, these two guys must have gone to cause trouble for the eternal ancient sect. PS 4400 plus words. 30,000 words today. I wish you all a happy May Day, and I ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 942 I will satisfy you. Outside Tegu town, thousands of young men and women gathered, looking up at the Tegu mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds, their eyes flashing with excitement and excitement. Today is the day for the Wangu sect to recruit disciples. They came from afar in the hope of passing the assessment and becoming a member of this sect. Tizu, said a middle-aged man with wrinkles on his face, Dad believes you will succeed. Judging from his dress, he is not from a wealthy family. Standing in the team, a boy about 17 or 18 years old took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said secretly, Dad, your son will not let you down. Zhao Tizu, a native of Donghaozhou. His ancestors have been ordinary people for generations. This time, accompanied by his father, he came to the Wangu sect from afar, hoping to pass the assessment and become a disciple, so as to bring honor to his ancestors. There are many ordinary young men like this. They have no way to practice. If they want to stand out in a world where martial arts is respected, they can only choose to join the sect. However, for many people, the sect is unattainable, and those who can enter it must be extremely talented. But the Wangu sect is different. As long as you have a skill or some accomplishment, you have a chance to become a disciple. Therefore, every time the recruitment day comes, many young men gather in Tegu town. Even if they may not pass the assessment, they are willing to give it a try. TSK, a young man in brocade clothes said indifferently, these poor guys dare to sign up. Who gave them the courage? As a direct descendant of a big family, he felt very embarrassed to participate in the assessment with a group of country bumpkins. Another direct descendant of the family standing next to him said angrily, Wangu sect should have divided it in advance. Those with status will be assessed by those with status, and those without status will be assessed by those without status. That's right. Someone agreed. Those young men born in poverty were very angry when they heard what the young master said, but they could only pretend not to hear it. Swoosh. At this moment, a stream of light flew down from Tegu mountain and stopped at the foot of the mountain. Can fly. This is the martial emperor. The eyes of the young men were filled with strong admiration, but when the light faded, a handsome young man in white clothes was revealed, and they all exclaimed in surprise, Master Jun. Yes, it was Jun Gaosheng. Perhaps because he was too idle, the recruitment of disciples that should have been handled by the Ning brothers was personally presided over by him today. Swish. Jun Changxiao pointed at the young man in brocade clothes and several other family members, and waved his hand, saying, you guys come out. The 4 examinees were stunned, but they also walked out of the team. Where are you from? The He family in Southeast First State. The Ling family in Southeast First State. Southeast First State. The 4 people reported their identities one by one. After hearing this, the young men who were also from Southeast First State all changed their faces and thought to themselves, all of them are from big families. Jun Changxiao said, your identities are not simple. In order to distinguish you from ordinary contestants, I have decided to give you separate examinations. Separate examinations? The 4 people were stunned at first, and then their eyebrows were flying with joy. Right. We are all descendants of a prestigious family. We have come to the Eternal Sect to sign up for the assessment. We must be distinguished from a group of country bumpkins. Turn around. Swish. The four of them turned around at the same time. Jun Changxiao pointed to the direction of Tigu Town and said, "Go along this road. The end is the assessment point." Yes. The four of them started walking. The young man in brocade clothes came back to his senses and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Master Jun, the end of this road is outside the borders of Yangzhou in the southwest." Yes. Jun Changxiao said, "It is outside the borders." Ah. The other three warriors were dumbfounded. This assessment point is too far away. The young man in brocade clothes twitched his mouth and said, "Master Jun, don't talk nonsense." Jun Changxiao interrupted forcibly and said with a sullen face, "Go quickly, you will miss it if you are late." Swish. Swish. The four of them hurriedly took action. Jun Changxiao shouted, "Run as fast as you can." Yes. The four of them took long steps and ran wildly on the wide road that extended beyond the border. Jun Changxiao retracted his gaze and looked at the examinees present, saying seriously, "My Wangu sect does not care about your identity or status. Since you are here to participate in the assessment, I will treat you equally." Upon hearing this, some smart contestants immediately understood that the direct descendants of the several families running along the road were not going to take individual assessments, but were directly disqualified. The assessment begins. Jun Changxiao said loudly, "Only those who reach the top of the mountain within the specified time can pass the first level of the assessment." When the voice fell, the eyes of all the contestants became hot. They had prepared for this day for a long time, and only by reaching the top of the mountain could they prove themselves. "Master Jun." Just as the contestants were eager to try, a voice suddenly came from the back of the team. "I heard that your disciples are very strong. I want to learn from them." Oh. Jun Changxiao looked over and found that the person who spoke was a sturdy man with slightly developed muscles, so he frowned and said, "So, you are not here to participate in the assessment, but to challenge my Wangu sect?" "I guess so." The man walked forward from the back of the team. Every step he took, the dust scattered nearby would be blown up, showing that he was a hidden strong man. "It's a bit interesting." Jiang Gaosheng smiled. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that no one has dared to come to challenge for a long time. The sturdy man smiled and said, "Today is the day for your sect to recruit disciples. I'm here to challenge you. Master Jun will not refuse, right?" "How could it be?" Suddenly, another voice came from the side. "Wangu sect is at least a top 3 force, and it also won the championship in the Dragon and Tiger contest. If it is rejected in public, it will definitely damage its reputation." The person who spoke was a slender man. That's right. These two were the Reckless Man and the Ghost, two of the 4 guardians of the Demon Emperor sect. They couldn't stand the deputy sect leader being beaten up, so they sneaked to the Eternal Sect. It happened to be the time for the recruitment of disciples, so they decided to challenge openly. If they abuse the disciples of the Eternal Sect in public, the news would spread in the Xingyou continent, which would be very interesting. Not bad. Jun Chang smiled and said, "My Eternal Sect warmly welcomes people from all walks of life to challenge." The Reckless Man stopped in front of the crowd and grinned. "In that case, please call out the disciples quickly." "I'm pointing to the distant arena," he said. "Wait for them there." Jun Changxiao said, "This is the life and death arena set up by my Eternal Sect. As long as you walk up, life and death will be left to fate." "That's even better. You can fight freely," Ghost said. Jun Changxiao immediately understood that these two guys were not here to challenge, but to cause trouble on purpose. TSK. Did they get kicked in the head by a donkey to dare to come here to be abused? Please wait. Since someone came to challenge on the day of recruitment, Jun Changxiao would definitely not refuse. The Reckless Man added, "Master Jun, it would be better if you could call more disciples. I'm afraid that I won't be able to have enough fights." "Okay." Jun Chang smiled and said, "I will satisfy you." Voice transmission at all members. King Guiyang, Zuji, Xingchen, Wudi, Xiang, come down the mountain to receive the guests. Chapter 943. Have you ever died? When the god-killing temple brought a large number of evil sects from Huaihang County to fight, Jun Changxiao built a life and death arena at the foot of the mountain. It has not been demolished to this day, but has become a tourist attraction. At this moment, at the edge of the arena, thousands of teenagers stood, their eyes flickering with expectation. They were originally participating in the entrance examination, but they didn't expect someone to challenge them. It was just an opportunity to see how strong the disciples of the Eternal Sect were. But streams of light appeared around the arena and then gradually disappeared. Sect Master Zendejan said, "It has been reinforced, and it won't collapse, even if a semi-saint hits it." Yeah. Jun Changxiao looked at the reckless man and the ghost, and said with a smile, "Are you going to fight 2 against 2, or 1 against 1? Is it okay to fight 1 against many?" The reckless man grinned. "Damn. This guy is very arrogant." Jun Changxiao said, "If you think that one of you can beat many of my Wanguzang, then it doesn't matter." The reckless man said, "After all, this is your sect's territory, and there are so many people watching. Naturally, we have to give Jun Zhangsu a face and fight alone. But first, I have to declare that I must send the strongest disciples. I'm afraid that I can't get enough of the fight." "Don't worry," Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I will definitely let you get enough of the fight." Swish, swish. At this moment, the core disciples of the Wanguzang, led by Li Qingyang, all flew down from the mountain. All of them are disciples who participated in the dragon and tiger contest, and Yi Xingchen. He is much more handsome than the one on the light screen. Many girls saw the cold and arrogant Yi Xingchen and almost screamed in excitement. It can be seen that the young men came to the Wanguzang to participate in the assessment because they really hope to stand out. Some girls are afraid that they only want to be in the same sect as their idols. This also means that, after experiencing the Dragon and Tiger contest, and the 10 Directions Death Tower Payanyu has become a postcard of the Wanguzang. The reckless man and the ghost were also looking at the disciples of the Eternal Sect, seeing that they had a good momentum, but their cultivation seemed to have just entered the king level. Their eyes suddenly showed a trace of disdain. "Sect Master," Li Qingyang asked in a low voice, "what's the situation?" "These 2 people." Jun Changxiao pointed at the reckless man and the ghost and said, "Come to challenge my Eternal Sect." "Challenge?" Xiao Zuji, Li Fei and others were stunned. Especially looking at the reckless man and the ghost, it was as if they were looking at idiots. Judging from the aura, these 2 people should be emperor level warriors, but their level is definitely not comparable to the Xuanzi strongmen in the plain battlefield. Taking the initiative to challenge, isn't it just asking for abuse? Sect Master Jun. The reckless man folded his hands and said with a look of disgust, "Just send a few of them out, they are not enough to fight." Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuji and others were speechless. It should be because of the operation of the hidden cultivation technique that made him think we are very weak. Whether it's enough or not, we'll know after we fight. Jun Chang smiled and said, "You two, please pick your opponents." The reckless man began to examine carefully and suddenly found that there was one of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect who was staring at him coldly with extremely obvious contempt in his eyes. So he pointed to him and said, "It's him." "Who?" The stars flew away and the clouds dispersed and the sun and the moon were in the stars. "Hey." Li Qingyang and Xiao Zuji sighed. One was frustrated that they were not chosen and the other was to express a moment of silence for that guy. "If you pick us to fight, you will just be abused. But if you pick junior brother Yi to fight, you must be prepared to have your dignity trampled on." Jun Chang smiled and looked at Gui Mei and said, "What about you?" Gui Mei held his chin, thought for a while, and then looked at Xiao Zuji and said, "It's him. Get on the stage." Jun Chang smiled. "Master Jun." The reckless man said, "I'm not here to challenge you just to fight and leave, so please call down more disciples who can take a beating." Tap. Yi Xingchen stepped onto the stage first and said calmly, "You chose me, so you are destined to only fight once." "Really?" The reckless man grinned and immediately jumped onto the ring blessed by the formation. A strong aura suddenly burst out. Obviously, this person is very good at shaping his body. "Xingchen, today is the day for recruiting disciples. Don't waste too much time. Fight quickly and make a quick decision." Jun Chang smiled. "Understood." Yi Xingchen kept staring at the reckless man and judged what type of warrior he was from his aura and body shape. Instantly, his sea of consciousness evolved away to beat him to a pulp thousands of times. Li Zongwen can evolve 3D building models with his Sea of Consciousness, and Yanio can simulate various methods of torturing people. The disciples of the Eternal Sect are really all talents. Let's start. Jun Chang smiled and announced. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the reckless man clenched his fists, and his shirt suddenly exploded, revealing solid muscles. The teenagers were stunned. This guy not only has well-developed muscles, but also has many scars. In particular, there are dozens of scarred, claw marks on his back, which shows that he must have experienced unimaginable life and death trials. The reckless man said proudly, I have achieved what I have today, because I have experienced countless life and death. Have you guys with delicate skin and flesh ever experienced this? Warriors who have reached the Emperor level can rely on spiritual energy to repair the remaining scars on their bodies. The reckless man has never done this, mainly for show. The effect is very good. The boys and girls who have never experienced big winds and waves were deeply shocked by the scars all over their bodies. Little kids, I will tell you today that a true warrior can only become strong after experiencing life and death trials. The reckless man said loudly. Who? As soon as the voice fell, a big hand with spiritual energy gathered directly pressed down from the sky, carrying a tsunami of power. Not good. Boom. There was a loud explosion on the stage, and the spiritual energy spread out in ripples and spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Zendejan used the formation to bless it in advance, otherwise, the whole stage would have turned into nothingness with this palm. The boys and girls were clearly standing far away, but when they felt the residual power sweeping over, they retreated dozens of steps in horror, and then looked at the stage together. The guy with scars all over his body, as if he was taking a class with him, was now lying on the ground with a hideous expression. The ghost, who was always smiling, saw his companion being knocked down by a palm, and his smile suddenly froze. Impossible. After all, the reckless man is a 4th grade martial emperor, and his physical body is extremely strong. Even if he faces a 5th or 6th grade emperor, he can't be knocked down directly. Swish. Yi Xingchen strode over, with a strong spiritual energy condensed in his fist, and said coldly, have you died? The reckless man has never died. Because if he died, he would not appear here. However, Yi Di died once and truly experienced death. So, what qualifications do you have to say that you have experienced life and death in front of him? And what qualifications do you have to pretend in front of him? Boom. 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 The manic power was transmitted crazily on the ring, and waves of water rippled wildly. The corners of the teenagers' mouths twitched. Li Qingyang and Zhao Zuji turned their faces away, unable to bear to watch. After 10 minutes of crazy violence, Yi Xingchen finally stopped. The arrogant and reckless man lay on the ring in a swastika shape, with multiple fractures all over his body. His face was deformed, and he was completely unconscious. Of course, there are also benefits. There are many scars on his body, which can better pretend in front of people. Bang. After kicking the half-dead reckless man down, Yi Xingchen looked at the dull-faced ghost and said coldly, get up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944. No one can provoke. It was Gui Meni who instigated him to come to the Eternal Sect. It was also Gui Meni's idea to launch a challenge on the day of recruitment. In his opinion, the Eternal Sect would definitely accept the challenge. After all, it had great prestige in the martial arts world. Not bad. Jun Changxiao would not refuse any challenge. As long as he dared to come, he would accompany him. Everything was under Gui Meni's control, and he was happy to think that after he severely abused the disciples of the Eternal Sect and spread the news, it would definitely make this sect embarrassed. This guy also knew that Jun Changxiao was very powerful, and it would be a tragedy for him to challenge him. Since he could not directly help the deputy sect leader to take revenge, he could only start with the disciples, and then let the reputation of the Eternal Sect be greatly reduced. But when the reckless man was knocked down, and then suffered crazy ravages, the plan and plot that were under control suddenly went off the track. Get up. Yi Xingchen said coldly. God, so handsome. I really hope to become a disciple of the eternal sect soon. Many girls held their hands together in a fangirling manner and looked at Li Xingchen, who was like a domineering president. The ghost standing in the audience was already sweating coldly. The reckless man was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. Although he was stronger than him, he was only slightly stronger. If he went up, he would definitely be beaten. This guy finally understood that he came to the eternal sect to be beaten. The ghost wanted to leave now, but it was too late because the people came out to receive guests. Calm down, calm down. The ghost took a deep breath, looked at Xiao Zuji and said, I didn't choose you, I chose him. Li Xingchen can't be provoked, but this guy can. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Zuji said, he is mine. Trash. Li Xingchen said coldly, and then walked off the stage. Please. Xiao Zuji bowed. Seeing Li Xingchen walk down, the ghost completely relaxed, then jumped onto the stage, thinking to himself, the opponent I chose has the same heavy aura as the reckless man, and should focus on the physical body. As long as the speed is fast enough, it should be easy to solve it. He is smarter, and has considered comprehensively when choosing his opponent. Unlike the reckless man, seeing Li Xingchen looking down on him, he chose him without hesitation. Swish. Xiao Zuji jumped up. Let's start. Jun Changxiao said impatiently. I thought the reckless man had some strength, but he pretended well, but in the end he was easily defeated by his disciples. So he had no interest in the next battle. It would be better to end it early and continue to recruit disciples. Swish, swish, swish. On the ring, the ghost used his skills and suddenly transformed into dense black shadows. Xiao Zuji stood there, motionless. At this moment, the ghost seized the opportunity and suddenly rushed behind him. A gloomy aura emerged from his right palm and slammed over. Bang! Xiao Zuji did not dodge, allowing the other party to hit him on the back, and then stood there motionless. The ghost's eyes were filled with astonishment. The power is too weak, a little stronger. Xiao Zuji said. Damn it. The ghost used his body skills, retreated several steps, and then quickly formed a seal with his right hand, gathering more powerful energy and blasting over. Bang, bang, bang. All three powerful palms hit Xiao Zuji's back, but the opponent was still as steady as a mountain, and said unsatisfiedly, can it be stronger? The corners of the ghost's mouth twitched. This palm method is definitely his killer move. Moreover, after 3 consecutive bombardments, he didn't retreat at all, which hurt his self-esteem. This person can't dodge, which means that his body is strong, but his speed is poor. Even if he can withstand it, he is just a sandbag. The ghost analyzed the situation and made a decision. If 1 or 2 times doesn't work, then come more times. Swish, swish. The body skills were used, and the black shadows crisscrossed. At that moment, the ghost perfectly played the advantage of his fast speed, sometimes dodging left and right, and sometimes jumping up and down, startling the young man and girl to open their mouths gradually, and even wondered if they had seen a ghost. Boom. Boom. Explosive sounds were heard frequently. In a short time, the ghost relied on his body skills. After finding the floor, he continued to attack Xiao Zuji. After dozens of shots, he stood on the edge, panting, holding his head and roaring. How come he is not hurt at all? So many shots consumed a lot of spiritual energy. But the opponent still stood there motionless, and the feeling was really desperate. Hey. Xiao Zuji turned around and said, your strength is just that high. I stood there and let you hit me for a long time. Bullshit. The ghost roared, you can't avoid it. Before he finished speaking, a strong spiritual energy suddenly erupted in front of him. Xiao Zuji appeared in front of him in a step, and his right hand condensed a strong earth-type power and suddenly blasted over. The ghost's pupils suddenly shrank. It's over. Bang. Xiao Zuji punched over, and the speed and power of the punch were like a cannon, hitting the ghost's chest directly. Slowing down the camera infinitely, you can see the other person's facial expression slowly changing. Then his feet slowly leave the ground, and his body flies backwards in a half-bent position. The camera returned to normal, and Gimli flew out of the ring with a swoosh, and then after smashing more than 10 large trees in succession, he fell hundreds of feet away like a puddle of mud, with a fist mark on his chest, and he fainted on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend Yi Xingchen. He couldn't afford to offend Xiao Zuji either. He couldn't afford to offend any of the core disciples of Wang Guzhang. Someone come. Jun Chang smiled and said, lock these two guys in the cell. Yes. Li Fei, Long Xiang and others carried the half-dead reckless man and Gimbi, and then stood up and flew towards Wang Guzhang. Ying, who was hiding in the distance, saw the two being captured and thought to herself, this is the end of courting death. When she just rushed over, reckless man and Gimli had already launched the challenge, so it was too late to stop them, and she could only hide in the dark and watch. Ying was not surprised by this result at all. After all, the sect that the deputy sect master repeatedly warned not to provoke must be powerful. Swish. Ying left without stopping for long, preparing to send the message back, but when he turned around, he found a cold woman in white clothes standing on the big tree in front of him. Since you are here, don't go back, Lu Qian said lightly. Although Ying was a little surprised that she was discovered, she calmed down and smiled. Can you stop me? Swish. He used his unfathomable body skills to fly over from the other side. However, a strong cold air quickly spread from behind and attached to his body, forming particles of frost, which greatly reduced his speed. Ying's face changed slightly, and he had to use his spiritual energy to remove all the cold air around him. A sword light suddenly flashed, and then he fell to the ground with his hands raised high. Lu Qian held the sword on her neck and said, I can. Farther away, Yan Jiu saw Ying was also captured and shook his head and said, girl, although you have the ability to come and go without a trace, you are too close to the Wangu sect after all, so it is normal to be discovered. Let me go back and spread the news. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the ground suddenly sank into a deep pit. Yan Jiu rolled her eyes and fainted in the central area. He slowly fell from the sky and said with a twitch of his mouth, this guy, is he so weak? Rampant is an attitude, and recklessness is not being restrained. Crack. When Xiao Dao sang affectionately, the cell door suddenly opened, so he quickly closed his mouth and said, a new cellmate. Plop, plop, plop. Mangfu, Gimbi, and Yun Jiu were thrown over. TSK. Xiao Dao walked over and saw that they were all unconscious, so he said sympathetically, they were tortured hard. Brother. He waved to Delu who was facing the wall and said, come and welcome our new cellmate. Chapter 945 Xiao Dao's experience. Of the 4 guardians of the Demon Emperor sect, 3 were imprisoned in the male prison with Xiao Dao and Delu, and the other was imprisoned in the female prison with the master of the 9 Poison Palace. The fate of Reckless Man and Ghost was their own fault, but Ying and Yun Jiu were also arrested, which really made them feel like they were being shot at. To be precise, they were harmed by their teammates, especially Ghost. Why do you say that? Because when he fought with Xiao Zuji, both his body movements and palm movements contained a sinister aura, which made it easy for Jun Changxiao to judge that he might be a demon cultivator. Thinking of the fact that he had just beaten up the deputy leader of the Demon Emperor sect not long ago, and now there was a demon cultivator pretending to challenge him, there must be some connection between the two. Zuji. During the fight, Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, get this guy with one punch. Yes. Xiao Zuji received the order from the sect master and stopped being a punching bag. He used all his speed and strength to directly solve the ghost. Assuming that the two were sent by the Demon Emperor sect, then there might be companions lurking in the dark, so Jun Changxiao ordered Lu Qian and others to pay more attention, and they really caught 2 more. Don't be afraid of godlike opponents, just be afraid of pig-like teammates. Truthful words. Mr. Yuan. Jun Changxiao said coldly, you are challenging my bottom line again. If the deputy leader of the Demon Emperor sect, who was lying on the hospital bed, knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood and said, Master Jun, this matter has nothing to do with me. They went there without permission. Master. Li Qingyang walked into the hall and said, how to deal with these 4 people. Jun Changxiao said, I was worried that I couldn't find where the dark sect was hiding. Now that they are giving their heads away, they must be treated well. He said coldly, excuse me. He seemed to remain neutral in the matter between the Demon Emperor sect and the famous and upright sects, but in fact, He took advantage of the fight between the two to find out the dark sect's lair. Jun Changxiao would naturally not let it go after attacking the sect disciples many times. However, since the dark sect force that has been lurking for many years dares to stand in the open as the Demon Emperor sect, it must be fearless. Even if the sect is used to destroy it, there may be a Demon Emperor sect or Demon Emperor palace to replace it. To deal with such a force, as long as you take action, it must be fatal. Xiao Tang's intelligence network is already fully operational. Jiangxi is looking for clues all over the world. As long as the Demon Emperor sect continues to quarrel with the famous and upright sects, it will sooner or later reveal its true colors. This is why, in Yinghu Mountain, the deputy sect leader of the Demon Emperor sect was easily killed, but he was let go, because the other party might be just one of the leaders, and killing him would have no effect, and it might even make the other party alert. Jun Changxiao wants to pretend to be a neutral person. You kill yours, I will be responsible for watching the show. But in fact he is in the dark to coordinate the overall situation, just waiting to pull out the dark sect force that has repeatedly targeted him, and then use Seril's sexy little whip to whip it hard. Now, catching 4 demon cultivators is definitely a good opportunity. Have you taken away all the things they used to commit suicide? Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang said, Master, you are so good at predicting things. These people have poison hidden in their mouths, sleeves, and boots. I fed them to the sheep, and they died immediately after eating them. The tricks of the assassins are not surprising. Jun Chang said with a smile. Master. Liu Wanshi walked in, wiping her tears and said, the sheep I raised suddenly died for no reason. Li Qingyang was silent, quietly retreated, and then disappeared like the wind. Liu Wanshi chased out of the hall with a kitchen knife, roaring loudly, second brother, you dare to poison my sheep. In the cell, Xiao Dao put one leg on the plank bed and said, seeing how badly you 3 were tortured, you must have offended the Eternal Sect. As the number 1 prisoner, he had experienced many inmates, and he could deduce something from the injuries when he came in. But, Xiao Dao said, don't worry too much. From my experience, as long as the sect you represent pays enough ransom, they will definitely be released politely, and they may even provide a meal. He was talking about the captured semi-saints of the Aoshi Shengzang and Haoguang Shengzang. I tell you, the food of the Wanguzang is simply delicious. If you can be redeemed, as long as you can have a meal, it will definitely be worth it. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, being recruited to surrender. From my experience, if you are not the kind of iron-willed people, it is best to surrender quickly, because there was a guy with purple hair and a bare bottom who was very tough. He was dragged out and tortured every day. In the end, he couldn't stand it and surrendered. Tell me, isn't he suffering? The most tragic is me. No one paid for the ransom, and they didn't want to surrender. I have been locked up in the cell for at least 2 or 3. No, I'm afraid it has been 4 or 5 years. Xiao Dao said, while wiping away tears. Little boy, the ghost, who had already woken up, but was seriously injured, and had his meridians blocked, lay on the ground and grinned. You keep making noise, believe it or not. I will kill you now. He was very annoyed to be a prisoner without even the chance to die. Now there was a chattering guy next to him, and he was about to collapse. Compared with the 3 people, Aang was happier. There was only a stern master of the 9 poison palace in the cell. Although the room was full of spiders and scorpions, as a demon cultivator, he was naturally not afraid. Bald, Xiao Dao looked at Delu, who seemed to be facing the wall, and advised him earnestly, Sect Master Jun has advised you to join the sect many times. Why are you so stubborn? I'm Delu. I'd rather die than enter the Eternal Sect. So, Xiao Dao raised his thumb and said admiringly, you are the most iron-willed man I have ever seen in prison. Crack. At this moment, the cell opened. Xiao Dao quickly jumped off the plank bed and huddled in a corner. According to his experience, since there are new prisoners locked up, the Eternal Sect will definitely come to interrogate them. Sure enough, Jun Changxiao walked in from outside and waved to the accompanying disciples. Swish. Li Fei and Shanqi strode forward and hung up the 3 seriously injured reckless men with iron chains. 3 of you. Jun Changxiao sat down and said with a smile, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. The reckless man tried to raise his head and said, we don't know anything and won't say anything. If you want to torture us, just give up on this idea. Really? Jun Changxiao really didn't believe in evil, so he waved his hand and said, I'll treat you three well. Yes. Li Fei and Qianqi walked over with fists clenched. Just as they were about to start, Yao Mengying appeared at the door of the cell and said, Master, can I interrogate them? She learned from Liu Wanshi that the sect had captured 4 demon cultivators, so she hurried over. Junior sister, Li Fei said, it's better to leave the interrogation of prisoners to the senior brothers. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, the girl is also a demon cultivator. It seems not bad to let her interrogate the demon cultivators. Demon cultivators? The three of Mangfu and Gimli tried to turn their necks to look at the door. Until they looked into Yao Mengying's eyes, their hearts seemed to be severely hurt, and their hands and legs trembled uncontrollably. This scene was noticed by Jun Changxiao. Girl, I'll leave the three to you to interrogate. Yes. Yao Mengying walked in and said, to senior brothers, please let them go. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. The iron chain was pulled away. Plop, plop. The untied reckless man and the 3 ghosts knelt on the ground, with fear and trepidation on their weak faces, as if they were very afraid of the little girl who suddenly appeared in the cell. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for the readers who have rewarded me during this period. Ibo. Chapter 946. Junior sister is very stylish. The 3 men, the reckless man and the ghostly man, were seriously injured, and their meridians were blocked. It was understandable that they collapsed on the ground, but it was unbelievable that they knelt on the ground. Xiao Dao was stunned. The 3 brothers were hung up, and the determination in their eyes made him believe that they were real men like De Lu. He never thought that they would be scared so quickly. Or, is the girl who came in very powerful? Xiao Dao took a sneak peek and found that, although Yao Mengying was very cute, there was nothing special about her, so he couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that these 3 brothers were persuaded by me? Rather than holding on to the end, they would rather surrender directly? Because the little girl has an innate demon body, she can invisibly deter the demon cultivators? Jun Changxiao guessed. Yao Mengying came over and stood in front of the 3 people kneeling on the ground with her hands behind her back, like a supreme king, and said, who gave you the courage to come to my Wangu sect to cause trouble? The little junior sister is very stylish. Li Fei said to himself. The 3 men, the reckless man and the ghostly man, did not dare to raise their heads and knelt on the ground trembling. Yao Mengying did not release her cultivation, but she exuded an unparalleled majesty that only they could feel, and they dared not breathe. Speak. Plop, plop. The 3 reckless men collapsed to the ground in shock. The corners of Xiao Dao's mouth twitched. The girl's voice was obviously very sweet. How could she scare them so much? Girl. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice. Ask them their identities first. Yes. Yao Mengying said coldly, who are you? What sect are you from? The reckless man and the ghost were struggling fiercely, but the fear from the depths of their souls forced their minds to open their mouths uncontrollably, and said in unison, we are from the Demon Emperor sect. Where is the Demon Emperor sect? In the Dark Crow Mountains. The 3 wanted to keep their mouths shut, but their hearts were always shrouded by the supreme pressure, so they could only choose to confess. Dark Crow Mountains? Jun Changxiao said inwardly, one of the 3 forbidden areas. There are many forbidden areas in the Xinjiang continent, and there are 3 most terrifying ones, and the Dark Crow Mountains is one of them. The Dark Crow Mountains are the largest mountain range on the continent, and they run through many states. It is dark and full of ferocious beasts. There is even miasma that isolates spiritual thoughts. Even a martial emperor would get lost in it. The exact location. Yao Mengying said. The sect has the Daozuan crossing Yui formation, which will automatically move every once in a while. The exact location, we can't be sure. Gui Mei said in a trembling voice. Fuck. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, so awesome. The sect uses the formation to bless, and can take a trip anytime and anywhere. This is too cool. It's not easy for you to have the current cultivation. My sect master is kind to the heavens. Will you submit to him? Yao Mengying said. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He instructed the previous question, but he never said this sentence. The little girl is very conscious now. Not bad, not bad. The faces of the reckless man and the ghost became ferocious, and they were struggling violently in their hearts. Obviously, they were very reluctant to submit to Jun Changxiao. Answer me. A strange light flashed in Yao Mengying's eyes, and the whole person seemed to be the great hero who dared to compete with the heaven and earth and the sun and the moon 10,000 years ago. The three reckless men were so scared that they fell on their backs, and every hair stood up. The breath of this girl was too terrifying, and it made them feel like they were a super king on the top of the mountain. After experiencing the Demon Valley, Yao Mengying has initially possessed the posture of a demon emperor. The three pure demon cultivators will definitely be afraid when they see her. Submission. Hand over the soul origin. When Jun Changxiao grasped the soul origin in his hand, his face was a little surprised because he didn't expect that the three people would be so scared so quickly and so thoroughly. Of course, he also realized that Yao Mengying would be so effective in dealing with demon cultivators. If I had known this, I would have asked her to go to the Irons how to find the Demon Emperor sect and then directly incorporated this force. Jun Changxiao said secretly. Sect Master. Yao Mengying smiled and said, there is another woman imprisoned in prison. Disciple will go and persuade her. Go ahead. Jun Chang smiled. He did not leave the cell. He looked at Daelu who was facing the wall and said, boy, have you thought it through? Daelu was silent. Even if the three demon cultivators admitted their fear in front of him, his determination to never join the Eternal Sect was never shaken. Various protagonists' fates here repeatedly play out the law of true fragrance, and only Brother Green Scarf is still firmly defending the spirit of Iron Bones. Sect Master Jun. Xiao Daodao cried and said, I want to join the Eternal Sect. He has said this many times, but he was always ignored. This time, Jun Chang smiled and said, you have gained experience in jail, and you are considered a talent. Just stay here and enlighten the prisoners. Notify the canteen to deliver 3 meals a day on time. Don't let him starve. Yes. Take these 3 to the medical peak and give them to Sun Buchan for treatment. Yes. Creaky. The cell door closed again. Xiao Daodao, who was huddled in the corner, looked stunned. He was not distressed by the loss of his 3 cellmates. Instead, he danced and laughed after a while. Previously, it was 1 meal a day, but now it is 3 meals a day. Happiness. Stay here and enlighten the prisoners? Thinking back to what Jun Changxiao said before he left, Xiao Daodao gradually calmed down and said, do you think highly of me, Master Jun? He stood up and said with a firm look, I will never let you down. I will definitely enlighten the prisoners. Bald. Xiao Daodao appeared in front of Daelu and advised earnestly, Master Jun is very kind to you. You should be grateful. Don't hold on. Quickly surrender to the Eternal Ancient Sect. Life is like a cup of tea. It won't be bitter for a lifetime, but it will always be bitter for a while. As long as you keep a good attitude and don't let go of your thoughts, no matter how far the road is, you will always get your reward. Ding. Xiao Daodao, the soul-stirring mentor, is now online. Yao Mengying is very good at dealing with demon cultivators. Not long after entering the women's prison, she brought Ying's soul essence to the main hall and said, Master, that woman has surrendered. Great. Jun Changxiao gave a thumbs up. Without Yao Mengying's innate demon body, it would be difficult to force the 4 demon cultivators to surrender by torture alone. By the way, girl. Jun Changxiao said, the leader of the Demon Emperor sect has an innate demon body. What do you think? Yao Mengying said in a positive tone, only disciples can inherit the innate demon body. There will never be another one in the world. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, in this case, the Demon Emperor sect deliberately lied to the outside world that there is an innate demon body, and then attracted demon cultivators from all over the world to surrender. Master. Yao Mengying said, if you go to the Dark Crow Mountains, please bring your disciples. She was very curious about who was so bold as to pretend to have an innate demon body that only she had. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Sect members. 50, over 50, 000. Ding. Sect mission started. In the mission pavilion, a new sect mission appeared, which meant that, as long as the disciples completed all the tasks, they could upgrade the construction level. Master Li, Jun Changxiao said in a voice transmission, notify the certification center, and ask them to send someone to certify the sect level. Chapter 947, promoted to the 3rd rank, Sects Carnival. Another certification? At the certification hall, Yi Xiangxing was stunned after receiving the news, saying, it seems that it has not been long since he was promoted to the 4th rate. According to the time of the Xinjiang continent, it has indeed not been long. Elder Zhao, Elder Zen, Yi Xiangxing ordered, you go. Yes. Elder Zhao and Elder Zen left Xianoking City and rushed to the Eternal Ancient Sect. Especially when they thought about eating the food cooked by Liu Wanshi soon. Their saliva immediately flowed out. After several certifications, the two of them also saw that, since the Eternal Ancient Sect applied again, they definitely had enough strength to pass. They were just going through the motions. The key point was to eat the delicious food in the world. If it were not for their status, the two elders would have come to the Eternal Ancient Sect every now and then to eat. The next day, Elder Zhao and Elder Zen came to the Eternal Ancient Sect and were deeply shocked when they saw the tall peaks. They have been to the sect many times, and each time there are different changes. This time the changes are more intense, and they even smelled the underlying atmosphere that only a large sect has. After the terrain transformation, although the level of the Wangu sect is still 4th rate, in terms of scale and environment, it is comparable to the 1st and 2nd rate major sects. Of course, the top forces are not weak. After all, there are martial saint level strongmen like Zilin Demon King and Ding Xingwang. The backbone forces are also very outstanding. The core disciples headed by Li Qingyang have all broken through to the level of martial emperor. Not to mention stamping their feet, the whole continent will shake 3 times. At least in terms of overall strength, it is not inferior to the 2nd and 3rd rate sects. This is just the beginning. As more disciples enter the peak martial king, obtain the surge symbol, and enter the plain battlefield for actual combat experience, the emperor level will only increase. There are many kings, and the emperors are everywhere. This ironic statement may really be foreseen in the Wangu sect. You too. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, do you want to certify first, or eat first? Eat. Elder Zhao and Elder Zen said in unison. In the past, I could still bear to certify first, but now I simply don't pretend. We come just to eat. Please. Liu Wanshi cooked a large table of delicious food. After the two of them ate, their souls were sublimated, and they saw the sky was bluer and the mountains were higher. Master Jun, Elder Zhao said, certify. Please. Jun Changxiao walked out of the cafeteria first, and then summoned all the sect leaders and disciples to start the strength certification. Master Jun. After a rigorous test lasting half an hour, Elder Zhao handed over a token engraved with 3rd rate and said, congratulations to your sect for being promoted to a 3rd rate sect. Thank you. Jun Changxiao took it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to 3rd rate, and reward 10,000 achievement points and 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution value. 39,300 over 50,000. Ding. Sect achievement value. 22,200 over 50,000. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changxiao opened the system panel and saw that the sect's level was changed from 4th rate to 3rd rate, and a bright smile suddenly appeared. After years of unremitting efforts, it is really a great sense of accomplishment to turn a sect that was only of the 9th rank into one of the top 3rd rate sects in the Xinjiang continent. Toot! Jun Changxiao shouted, hold a banquet tonight to celebrate the sect's promotion to the 3rd rate. Okay. Liu Wanshi led the members of the dining hall to get busy. Swish, swish, swish. In the kitchen, Ma Yangning and Lin Yao stood on both sides, then looked at each other and quickly pulled out their kitchen knives, and suddenly a crisscrossing light and shadow emerged. Hua. Outside, Kan Budo was working hard to wash the ingredients for the dinner. Although the process was relatively boring, he was particularly happy to do it. The little guy has completely adapted to the life of the eternal ancient sect. Every day, he would get up before the rooster crowed to wash the ingredients for his fellow disciples. My hands are born to wash vegetables. The members of the dining hall were busy preparing for the dinner. Jun Changxiao came to the medical hall and cordially comforted the 4 injured demon cultivators. It was called comfort. In fact, it was an inquiry. For example, what kind of force is the Demon Emperor sect? How many disciples does it have? And how many strongholds does it have? Although the reckless man and others whose souls are controlled are reluctant, they can only confess the truth. Protector? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, I don't have a position in the Wangu sect yet. Usually, a large sect has positions such as the chief and deputy sect masters, elders, protectors, and hall masters. The Wangu sect currently only has elders and hall masters, let alone protectors, and even deputy sect masters. The protector is obviously lower than the elder. In layman's terms, it is similar to a thug. The reckless man and the ghost 4 are positioned in the Demon Emperor sect in this way, so they were the absolute main force in the previous fight with the famous and upright sects in Xianzhou. After the upper limit of members is increased, you can consider letting the 4 of them become the protectors of my Wangu sect. Jun Changxiao murmured. There are not many demon cultivators in the sect, so it is not bad to accept the reckless man and others. Master. Li Luoqiu walked into the hall and said, Elder Jiang sent me information that the Demon Emperor sect's lair might be in the Dark Crow Mountains. Although Jun Changxiao had already learned about it from Mangfu and others, he still gave high praise to Jiangzi for finding this key information. Tell Elder Jiang not to enter blindly. Jun Changxiao said. The reason why the Dark Sect's forces are a headache is that they are always hidden in the dark. Now that the location of the stronghold is known, there is nothing to worry about. The Demon Emperor sect. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair, rubbing his fingers, and said with a smile, after I and the whole sect have a good drink, I will go to you to have some fun. Don't give in when the time comes. The smile was scary. Night fell. The bonfire flickered on the martial arts field, illuminating the surroundings. Rows of tables were lined up, filled with food and wine. Open the wine. Bang bang bang. The mud seal was removed, and the disciples filled their glasses. Jun Changxiao raised his glass and said, I wish our sect will last forever, and live as long as the sky. Long lasting, long lived. Gulp, gulp. All the disciples drank a bowl of wine together. Junior brother Yi. Shanqi asked in surprise, why don't you drink? Yi Xingchen said indifferently, I'm not interested. Ha ha ha. Li Fei laughed. Junior brother Yi must be scared. If you drink too much, you can dance around the fire like last time. Yi Di was very ashamed of that incident. When he heard him talk about it, he wanted to overturn the table. Junior brother. Li Fei came over, holding a bowl of wine, and said with a smile, it's a great joy for the sect to be promoted to the 3rd rate. You have to drink something, right? Of course. If you are afraid of losing your composure, I will never persuade you to drink. This is really a case of talking about something irrelevant. Lianiu's anger became stronger. He stood up suddenly, picked up the bowl of wine next to him, and said coldly, drink. Come on. Gulp gulp. Come on again. Come on. Junior brother Yi and senior brother Li are fighting. The disciples gathered around. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in front of the hall, was relieved to see Yi Xingchen being so wild, saying, this dead arrogant girl is changing little by little. But, he looked at Lu Qian, who was sitting alone at the table, and shook his head, saying, she doesn't seem to have changed much. Senior sister Liu. Yao Mengying rested her chin on the table, watching the brothers drinking happily, and said pitifully, I want to drink too. Liu Wanshi, who also rested her chin on the table, said, of course I want to. In the cell, Zhao Dao stood at the window, looking at the disciples of the Eternal Sect who were laughing and talking outside, and said enviously, when can I join this happy sect? Creaky. The cell door opened. Yahui and Ahui brought a few plates of delicious food and a jar of fine wine, saying, this is a reward from the sect for you. Thank you, thank you. Zhao Dao hurried over, then sniffed the food and the wine, and his soul immediately floated to the sky, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Shangshan. You are useless. Dai Lu, who had been facing the wall, stood up, sat at the table, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. During this period, whenever someone brought him food, he would eat it without hesitation, but he was not tempted by the food and remained firm in his mind. Damn it. You ate all the food again. The banquet ended late at night. Li Xingchen and Li Fei drank 2 large jars of wine, then staggered back to their residence. When they woke up the next day, they were found lying outside the toilet. Chapter 948, Dark Crow Mountains. Swish, swish. In the dark forest, a group of people walked quietly, making slight sounds, when they came into contact with the grass and trees. This was a group of warriors wearing battle robes and masks. Although they did not exude the aura of martial arts, judging from their actions, they must be top-notch masters. Master. A warrior walking in front stopped and said in a voice transmission, "The spiritual thoughts are restricted and can only spy on a range of 1 or 2 feet. From the voice, it can be heard that this is Li Qingyang. Following behind Dark disciples such as Lu Qianqian, Xiao Zuji, Li Fei, Shan Qi, and He Wudi. Where is Yi Di? He is also in the team." However, at this moment, he was howling in his heart. Why did I sleep outside the toilet yesterday? The last time the sect held a banquet, he was drunk and danced in front of the bonfire. Yesterday, he was drunk and slept outside the room. This is definitely a blow to his self-esteem. No, no. Li Xingchen said, don't drink a drop in the future. In order to avoid stains, RNIU immediately decided to quit drinking. Indeed. Jun Changxiao sat on the tree, chewing an apple and said, although the miasma here is not poisonous, it has the effect of isolating spiritual thoughts. Under the tree, stood Zilin Demon King, Baiqiu King, Ding Xingwang and Yao Mengying. The sect's senior leaders and core disciples were all here, which meant that they were now in the area. That made the Starfall continent tremble with fear. After taking down the 4 guardians of the Demon Emperor sect, the other party would definitely receive the news, so they went wild yesterday and brought the top forces to kill. Elder Jiang. Jun Changxiao said, can it be infiltrated? No. Jiang Zi shook his head. He had been waiting outside the Dark Crow Mountains early and had tried to spy with his soul body, but when he extended to the area covered by the miasma, he was suddenly divided by some force. The system said, the miasma is covering the area, and it is difficult for spiritual thoughts to spread into it. It is probably difficult for the host to find the moving demon gate. Difficult as ascending to heaven? Jun Changxiao said, I really don't believe it. Swish. He waved his hand and took out a treasure detector similar to a compass, saying, the Demon Emperor Gate must have a lot of treasures. Maybe we can search for them with this thing. But the thoughts merged into the treasure detector and the light flashed. Swish, swish. After a while, a series of light spots were listed and all concentrated in a certain area. Sure enough, Jun Changxiao said happily, the treasure detector is not affected by the miasma system. It has long been accustomed to being slapped in the face as soon as it finished speaking. Let's go. Jun Changxiao followed the location given by the treasure detector and led everyone to a deeper place. After walking for a while, the light spots on it suddenly changed and appeared collectively in the southeast. It seems that the array transfer function has been activated. The Demon Emperor sect is hidden in the Dark Crow Mountains, and there is a formation that can be moved at any time. Even if others know about it, it is really difficult to find it inside. However, Jun Changxiao, who has a treasure detector in hand, doesn't care at all, because no matter how you move the world, as long as the treasures in the sect are still there, I will always find them. In the deepest part of the Dark Crow Mountains, there is a group of buildings. If Li Qingyang saw it, he would definitely be able to infer the construction time from the structure and color. At this moment, in a building similar to the main hall, dozens of masked men in black are gathering. Mr. Yuan has always emphasized not to provoke the eternal ancient sect, but he was injured by Jun Changxiao. He really deserves it. An old man in black gloated. It is a stupid decision to push the sect out and fight openly with the famous and upright sects. Elder Han, you were very supportive of what Master Yuan did at the previous meeting. Why are you suddenly against it now? Humph, as long as it is beneficial to the sect, I will support it. As long as it is harmful to the sect, I will oppose it. No one else can speak so refreshingly and unworldly about being a fence sitter. Okay. A man in black who was sitting closest to the main seat said, I summoned you here not to criticize Master Yuan, but to discuss what to do next. It's very simple. Elder Han said, keep the sect hidden in the dark and sneak attack those pretentious and upright sects. And the Eternal Sect. Someone said, I think we can continue to follow the previous plan. The previous plan was to wirelessly target the Eternal Sect in Jun Changxiao, but it was later stopped by Master Yuan. Now that the latter has suffered a loss, naturally it can't be stopped. The purple-haired guy was able to injure and shock 4 martial saints, which means that the Eternal Sect has become a force to be reckoned with now. If we want to get rid of it, we may have to pay a price. So, Master Yuan's previous attempt to stop us from targeting this sect was completely wrong. Elegant courtyard. Master Yuan sat in the pavilion with a pale face. He felt sore after being hit by Jun Changxiao, and he has not yet fully recovered. Young master, a warrior said, Jiang Lingshan convened a meeting of elders, and they must be targeting you. Young Master Yuan shook his head and said, these old guys have been waiting to laugh at me, and now they finally got the chance. He sighed and said, it's also my fault. I had to make Jun Changxiao and the famous and upright sects hostile, and in the end I ended up losing more than I gained. Young master, the warrior said, I think you are too afraid of this boy. If you had mobilized your forces to destroy this sect from the beginning, there would not be so many troubles. Destroy. Young Master Yuan shook his head and said, a sect that can rise so quickly would have been wiped out long ago if it didn't have a powerful trump card. Young master. At this moment, a man in black walked in and said, Elder Jiang and the others have denied your plan and decided to take tough measures against the Eternal Sect. Young Master Yuan clenched his fist and said, the Eternal Sect's strength is obvious to all, as it can intimidate 4 martial saints. If these old guys provoke them again, they will undoubtedly push the sect into the abyss. He is very angry now, because if it weren't for a group of pig teammates who offended the Wangu sect without authorization, he might have reached a consensus with Jun Changxiao in Fenghua Valley and joined forces to fight against the famous and upright sects. Young master, there is one more thing that this old slave needs to report to you. Go ahead. The reckless man and the others have lost contact. Lost contact? The man in black said, after you were injured by Jun Changxiao, the reckless man and the ghost left. They might have gone to the Wangu sect to avenge you. What? Young Master Yuan stood up suddenly. Because he used too much force, his injury was not suppressed, and blood spurted out immediately. Then he said angrily, a group of guys who are more likely to cause trouble than to do good. I'm thinking about whether I should go find them. Young Master Yuan suppressed his anger and held the stone table and said, how long have they been out of contact? 3 days. The man in black said. Oh. Young Master Yuan sat down, looking much more haggard. He said, no need to look for them. They must have died in the Eternal Sect. The 4 people's soul tablets are not broken. Not broken? Young Master Yuan was stunned and said, were they captured by the Eternal Sect? The man in black was about to speak when he heard information in his ears, so he said, the latest news has been sent from Yangzhou in the southwest. On the day of the Eternal Sect's recruitment, Reckless Man and Gimli came to challenge, but were brutally abused by Yi Xingchen and Zhao Zuji, disciples of the Eternal Sect. They were also taken to the mountain and never came down again. They were captured as expected. Young Master Yuan said, they didn't even have a chance to commit suicide. Suddenly, he realized something. His face changed in shock and said, Reckless Man and the others won't leak the location of the sect, will they? These 4 people were trained by the young master himself. They shouldn't betray the organization, right? Said the man in black. No. Young Master Yuan said, if it were any other sect, I believe that Mangfu and the others would not leak the news, but this Jun Changxiao might be able to force it out. It doesn't matter if we force it out. The man in black said confidently, our sect is hidden in the Dark Crow Mountains, and there is a transfer formation. He will definitely not be able to find it. Young Master Yuan frowned more and more, and said, Jun Changxiao cannot be treated with common sense. Quickly notify the Elders Hall and let them be vigilant. If they really come here, then, boom. Before he finished speaking, there was a deafening roar outside the mountain gate, and the sect's formation, that originally existed invisibly appeared instantly. Young Master Yuan. I came to visit you today." Hearing Jun Changxiao's voice, young Master Yuan sat on the stone bench, his expression dull, and said, "This guy really came here." Chapter 949, Eternal Sect vs. Demon Emperor Sect. Outside the Demon Emperor's gate, field artillery was set up on a high point, and thick smoke filled the muzzle. In the area of the bombardment, a nearly substantial streamer barrier gradually appeared, indicating that the Demon Emperor's gate had a protective formation. This situation is very normal. Which powerful sect does not have some protection measures? I blame myself. Jun Chang smiled and said, "One more shot. I have fought with the Demon Emperor's gate many times, and we are old friends. Since they have come from afar today, if I give them a gift, I will definitely lose my way." Bang, the deafening sound came again. The powerful shells hit the protective formation again, and immediately rolled up a billowing smoke that covered the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of cracking came out. It seemed that the ancient formation that had existed for a long time finally failed to withstand the bombardment of the shells and completely collapsed, and then turned into a sky full of light and disappeared with the wind. "Master," Ziozuji said in surprise, "using hexagram stones as cannonballs is much more powerful than crystal cores." No wonder the two cannons fired out. The power formed was more terrifying than the formation of the Red Sea continent. It turned out that the energy was formed by the gathering of the spirit stones of the Nine Heavens continent. In order to leave a good impression on the Demon Emperor sect, Jun Gaosheng spent a lot of money on this visit. Swish, swish. After the formation was broken, dozens of streamers flew out from it, and then hung in front of the mountain gate, glaring at them one by one. These people were the elders who had talked in the hall before. TSK. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Your sect has quite a few masters. It seems that you have been living in seclusion in the dark for thousands of years, and have developed a lot in a low-key manner. There were as many as 20 semi-saints flying out from it, and at least 8 martial saints. The top-notch sects on the Xinjiang continent might not be able to come up with this loop. If it is placed in the plain battlefield, it will seem very ordinary, because many high-level continents can take out, and even take out several sets. If Jun Changxiao had not been to the plain battlefield, and had not experienced the frenzied killing, he might have been flustered when seeing so many half-saints and martial saints, but now he can face them with a smile. Too few, too few. A little more will make me boil." Swish, swish. Hundreds of disciples of the Demon Emperor sect emerged. Judging from their aura, the lowest is a level of Martial King, and there are dozens of Martial Emperors. Li Qingyang and others remained calm. They have also experienced the fighting in the plain battlefield, and this small scene will not cause any ripples. But one thing cannot be denied. With so many top forces and backbone forces, the Demon Emperor sect is really powerful. No wonder they dare to be enemies with famous and upright sects. At this moment, the picture presented is that dozens of people from the Eternal Ancient Sect, headed by Jun Changxiao, are facing nearly 100 high-level and disciples of the Demon Emperor sect. The air seems to solidify, and murderous aura has gathered around them. The war is imminent. Jun Changxiao, the elder of the Demon Emperor sect, Jiang Lingshan, who was standing in the front, said in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" This was the most puzzling thing for him and the senior management. After all, the sect was hidden deep in the Dark Crow Mountains, and there was a formation that made non-fixed transfers at fixed times. Without a special method, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. "It's not important how I found it." Jun Changxiao folded his hands and said, "The important thing is that I came to visit you this time for only one purpose, that is." He paused and said with a cold look, "To settle the account." Ha ha. As soon as the voice fell, the space suddenly rippled. 2 elders of the Demon Emperor sect at the level of Martial Saint appeared out of thin air, and their skinny hands carried the sky full of demonic energy and pressed down directly. They were not famous and upright, so they would have a lot of rules before fighting. If they could get rid of the target as quickly as possible, they would definitely attack without hesitation. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions came, and the space was distorted by the shock. The 2 martial saints who suddenly attacked flew out, and then hung at the mountain gate in a rather embarrassed manner, with a look of astonishment in their eyes. Jun Changxiao still stood with his hands behind his back in a casual manner. The Purple Demon King and the 100 Hills King standing beside him retracted their fists, and demonic auras permeated their bodies, making the area not only filled with creepy demonic auras, but also with frightening hostility. This, Jun Changxiao said. Another account. Jiang Lingshan said coldly, many people from my Demon Emperor sect have been killed over the years, and I haven't settled accounts with your Eternal Sect yet. That's right. They once targeted the Eternal Sect, but didn't they lose more than they gained? Speaking of settling accounts, the Demon Emperor sect can also list a lot. Swish, swish. More and more disciples of the Demon Emperor sect poured out from the inner and outer courtyards, and the number gradually increased to 1,000, 2,000. Jun Changxiao didn't expect that an organization that has been living in seclusion and the dark for many years would have so many disciples, and from the aura they exude, not only are they all magic cultivators, but their cultivation level must be at least at the peak of martial arts. Go. Jiang Lingshan said with a cold look. The people of the Eternal Ancient Sect suddenly came to kill and broke the protective formation of the sect. Anyone with a temper could not stand it. Fight. It is necessary. Swish, swish. In an instant, the high level and disciples of the Demon Emperor sect rushed out one after another, and the demonic energy burst out in the sky, shaking the space to begin to distort violently. Clang, clang. As they took action, Lu Kai and Qian, Li Qingyang and others sacrificed their weapons, their eyes flashing with strong fighting intentions. Although it was very exciting to fight on the battlefield of the plane, after all, in the outer sect, they did not dare to waste too much. Now that they are at home, they certainly don't have to worry about it. Bang! At this moment, the Purple Ridge Demon King burst his clothes and exposed his body and rushed over first. The purple energy gathered in his big hands and directly restrained the 5 martial saints who flew over. 1 against 5. This is definitely a routine operation of the Purple Hole Master. Although the strength of the Baikyo King is not as good as the Zilin Demon King, he also dragged a martial saint, and the two sides instantly started a fierce battle in mid-air. Boom. Boom. The two sides exchanged dozens of moves in a short period of time, and the energy was rampant, and the space was shattered on a large scale. The Demon Emperor sect was worried that the fight would affect the sect, and the Zilin Demon King and the Baikyo King were worried that Li Qingyang and others would be affected, so both sides tacitly fought farther and farther. Die. At this moment, another martial saint stepped out of the void and blasted towards Jun Changxiao, obviously wanting to capture the king first. Hehe. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from behind. Ding Xing Wang went around behind him like a ghost, and the 5 absolute palm seals were performed crazily. Boom. 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 The magic cultivator martial saint turned around in a panic. Although he resolved the moves one by one, he was immediately entangled. 7 of the 8 martial saints of the Demon Emperor sect were locked by the top leaders of the Eternal Ancient Sect, leaving only Jiang Lingshan. Old fellow. Jun Changxiao waved his hand, summoned the Jade Dragon Heavenly Sword, and said, let's fight. Swish. He flew up into the sky at high speed. Jiang Lingshan sneered, bursting with demonic energy to chase him. However, he also sent a message to the disciples of the Demon Emperor sect to get rid of all the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect outside the mountain gate. What a coincidence. Jun Changxiao also sent a message, these trash fish are left to you. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuji and others summoned various equipment, and then took various fighting postures. The camera pulled away from a distance, and their bodies seemed to quickly turn black, and their eyes gradually turned red, like devils unsealed from hell. The disciples of the Demon Emperor sect who received the order from the elders were about to rush out angrily, but when they saw the terrifying eyes of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect, they shuddered involuntarily. Chapter 950 They are not human, they are devils. The core disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect, wearing 6 sets of suits, were like unsealed devils, shocking the disciples of the Demon Emperor sect to shudder. To be exact, before the battle even started, morale had already been suppressed. Kill. Kill. 20 semi-saints came first. They were amazed at the excellent equipment of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect, but they were more powerful than them, so they were naturally fearless. Brothers. Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. The strength of these people is far inferior to that of the Xuanzi strongmen, so just fight them in normal state. Yeah. Everyone nodded, smiling. Although they have just entered the level of martial emperor, with the blessing of various equipment, they are really not afraid of the half-step martial saint of the Xinjiang continent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hot flame came from behind. The second form of the little dragon was activated, and then it flew over with flames all over the sky. The master and the high-level leaders of the Eternal Ancient Sect held back the martial saint of the Demon Emperor Sect, so these semi-saints were handed over to me. Roar, roar. The roar of the spirit beasts in the mountains and forests came. The beastmen led by old Liu also rushed out. In this battle with the Demon Emperor Sect, Sect Master Jun not only brought high-level and core disciples, but also mobilized the elite of the Spirit Beast Hall. If it weren't for the limited venue and environment, it would not be impossible to bring various legions of the War Cavalry Hall to upgrade the small-scale battle to a large-scale war. So, when Jun Changxiao decided to play seriously, the strength of the Eternal Sect could be reflected. Settle the account. He was serious. Who? Xiao Langlong rushed over like a cannonball, and the hot power was rampant. The few semi-saints who rushed in the front felt the irritability and heat, and their faces all changed horribly. Boom. Boom. Fire fists rained down, filling the air. Swish. 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 Several semi-saints staggered to fight, and were instantly knocked out, leaving burnt fist marks on their chests, and their skin seemed to be torn apart. Boom. The semi-saint who rushed in the front fell directly to the ground, spitting blood with a pale face. Suddenly, in the blurred vision, a barefoot little girl came over. She squatted in front of him, raised her white hands lightly, and said with a light voice, "Let me do honey to you." The half-saint was startled, and his pupils suddenly shrank. No. Boom. There was a sudden explosion on the ground, and then a deep pit with a radius of several feet appeared, and some feathers were flying in the air. As for the half-saint who was injured by Xiao Langlong, his chest was sunken like an eagle claw, his eyes were wide open, and he had already died. Swish. The little magic fairy stood up, turned around and looked at the high level of the Demon Emperor Sect hanging in the air, with a bright smile on his face. The smile was very cute. However, the half-saint who looked into her eyes was sweating coldly. This is definitely a demon girl. Hoo. At this moment, several half-saints quickly approached, and all kinds of energy burst out, blasting towards the little magic fairy. Xiao Langlong appeared behind her, his hands stretched out from the flames, and instantly blasted out dozens of palm prints, scaring away all the attacking half-saints, and then said coldly, "Woman who is in the way, get out of here. You." The little fairy glared at him, tiptoed up, waved her jade hands in the air, and the feather light gathered in the sky, blasting over like a hidden weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The light flashed in the air, and the high-level officials of the Demon Emperor Sect were embarrassed. Although Jun Changxiao's two contracted beasts had no tacit understanding, and liked to bicker on weekdays, the power they burst out in a short period of fighting had deeply shocked dozens of half-saints. This was just the beginning. Because Niu had brought his powerful spirit beasts to kill them. They might not be stronger than the half-saints in strength, but their physical defense was extremely high, and they could hold them back without any pressure. Go. A half-saint roared at the disciples of the Demon Emperor Sect who seemed to be frightened. Kill. Kill. The disciples came back to their senses, released their demonic energy, and then rushed towards Li Qingyang and others. At present, the two sects are temporarily evenly matched at the level of Martial Saint and Half-Step Martial Saint, but in terms of the number of disciples, the Demon Emperor Sect has a clear advantage, because there are 2 to 3,000. On the other hand, there are only more than 10 core disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect. It's not about the number of people, but the quality. Li Qingyang and others each have 6 sets of divine armor, so they are really not afraid of thousands of demon cultivators. What's more, although there were many of them, they were not all yellow level like on the battlefield. Who? The first to come over were the Emperor level masters of the Demon Emperor Sect, who used their spiritual power magic skills one after another. The black energy was pressing down from all directions. Facing so much energy attacking, Li Qingyang and others were unmoved, because Ziozuji had already walked out, suddenly spread his hands, and shouted, "Shield stand." Who? The earth attribute spread from his arms and instantly merged with the earth. The soil quickly cracked, and 4 shield-like defense walls suddenly appeared, covering all the fellow disciples. Boom. 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 Various energies bombarded the shield wall. Although there were many, and the power was extraordinary, they failed to shake it at all. Swish. Swish. As soon as the offensive was over, Li Fei used his body skills, and flew out of the defense area. Wherever he passed, light and shadow burst out, like a bull dragging streamers to bombard different angles. Boom. Boom. The warriors of the Demon Emperor sect were unable to dodge, and with various qualifications they endured the energy bombardment, stumbling and falling to the ground. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Yi Xingchen had already rushed over, and the true Yang sword was unsheathed, flashing a sharp light. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 Emperor level warriors of the Demon Emperor sect did not have time to evacuate. The cold and unparalleled sword energy came and froze their bodies in place. There were fine sword marks on their necks, and finally they fell to the ground with their minds annihilated. In killing people, if you can't kill with one blow, practicing martial arts will be meaningless to you. Too scary. They are not human, they are devils. I might as well commit suicide than fight such monsters. I'm so rubbish, I should not live in this world. Plop, plop. The dozens of demon sect disciples standing in the front row suddenly knelt on the ground, crying out in frustration and despair, and even thought that living one more second was an insult to the air. Swish. He Wudi flew over, hovering over these warriors who had lost confidence in life, raised 2 fingers lightly, and said, "Then go to hell." Swish. Swish. The 7 mysterious clouds were used, and the red and orange lights instantly broke through the void and burst out, instantly piercing the chests of more than 20 demon cultivators. After the target was solved, Li Fei, who was squatting on a tree in the distance, looked at the disciples of the Demon Emperor sect in another direction, put his index and middle fingers together, and placed them on his temples. His eyes condensed, and the invisible power of frustration instantly spread over. Being eroded by the power that disturbed their minds and produced all kinds of negative emotions. Many warriors whose cultivation was only at the level of martial sect and martial king suddenly lost their fighting power and then knelt on the ground and cried with their heads in their hands. "Dad, Mom, it was completely wrong for you to give birth to me. Such a beautiful world with my existence is an unforgivable stain." Swish, swish. He Wudi and Yi Xingchen flew over. After the 2 main outputs assisted in controlling the target, they killed the demon cultivators with their hands and knives, which was effortless. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Qingyang also rushed over, and the lightning wrapped around the true Yang sword, and its power suddenly increased greatly. Maybe they also knew that the Demon Emperor sect had a large number of people, and it was not suitable for a long battle, so the core disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect with special physiques did not hesitate to burst out, just hoping to achieve a quick victory. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.